and whose value can increase. NFTs aren't even required for stuff like this for their current implementation. It's just NFTs, the buzzword, is being used as a means to essentially repaint and redisguise what is a business model and monetization scheme that's already possible and has already existed, with the added incentive of the NFT hype train that's driving up the prices of some of these NFTs into the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or in some cases even millions of dollars. And it's the promise of play to earn and you being able to get a return on your investment, and basically taking real-life economic elements and seeping them into video games and turning them into secondary jobs or investment opportunities instead of letting them just be fun escapism. And it's been abundantly clear since Quartz' announcement that players don't want anything to do with these NFTs. They don't trust companies to implement NFTs in a way that genuinely is useful or positively impactful. But developers and employees have also made it abundantly clear that they don't want NFT mandates to start ruining game design and to further compromise the integrity of video games that have already been compromised by mandates surrounding microtransactions and loot boxes. And yet, Ubisoft has decided recently, as part of the 20th anniversary celebration of Ghost Recon, to gift employees and developers who don't want them NFTs for Ghost Recon Breakpoint. As reported by Kotaku, Ubisoft's latest Galaxy Brain move is to give scammy NFTs to employees. They started giving out special NFTs to some members of the Ghost Recon team to celebrate the series' 20th anniversary, which once again follows a trend of ruining special occasions for a certain IP or brand or franchise by exploiting that special event to sell NFTs, like what Konami did with the Castlevania 35th anniversary, through which they auctioned off NFTs, with Konami having confirmed that their NFT plans for other franchises, and with Metal Gear's 35th anniversary coming up soon, I would expect that franchise to be exploited as well. It's what Square Enix did with their Happy New Year letter that said, Happy New Year, we're gonna double down and triple down on NFTs and Metaverse, which is the worst way you can tell someone Happy New Year. And of course, we cannot forget Atari selling loot box NFTs, the natural next phase of this scummy monetization scheme to celebrate Atari's 50th anniversary. All of these special occasions just resulting in these companies spitting on the legacy of companies, IPs, franchises, you name it. This is all on top of other NFT grifts like Peter Molyneux's Legacy, which sees players buy NFT land, NFT real estate, and make items in the game that they can then sell in this entirely play-to-earn experience, if you can even call it that, on top of other attempted NFT grifts that these respective companies were forced to pull back on. The developers of Stalker 2, for example, announced NFTs for that game, and the backlash got so severe that they canceled all NFT plans. Same for Team 17, the publisher of Worms and other indie games. They tried to add Worms NFTs as part of their ecosystem. That got shut down in just 24 hours. Troy Baker attempted his voice AI NFTs. The backlash made him retreat on that front. And then Sega and EA both have kind of backpedaled a bit on pursuing NFTs too hard and biding their time to see where all of this goes, fearing the backlash. So there's been definitely a retreat from game companies who are realizing that implementing NFTs is a risky proposition because the PR surrounding them is so bad. But certain companies like Konami, Square Enix, Atari, and of course Ubisoft are insistent on trying to normalize this stuff. But plenty of developers within the company are none too happy about how much Ubisoft has been pushing for NFTs, with one developer likening Ubisoft gifting these NFTs to the staff saying, we hate this crypto stuff, and Ubisoft responding with, okay, come get some. Employees also called out VP of Ubisoft's Strategic Innovations Lab, Nicholas Pollard, who said in an interview conducted by news outlet Finder that people just don't get it. They don't get NFTs, but one day they'll see how revolutionary they are for video games, how beneficial NFTs are to the players. Pollard insisted that I think gamers don't get what a digital secondary market can bring to them. You do realize digital secondary markets already exist in video games, right? And aside from the fact that they've very much ruined game design, You don't need NFTs to do a digital secondary market in the first place. Valve's already done it with the loot box-based skin economy that games like Counter-Strike and Team Fortress 2 run on. And let's not forget about Diablo 3 when they implemented that digital secondary marketplace known as the auction house. And we all know how that went and how compromising that was for Diablo 3's game design and integrity. So them coming out here and saying, so it's really for them, the NFTs, it's for the customers, not for us. We executives, we wouldn't dare be selfish and greedy. It's for you guys. It's really beneficial. But for now, they don't get it. One day they'll see. Except it's precisely because the gaming community does get it that they're outright rejecting what we fully know will be just another monetization scam, not a gaming revolution. But Ubisoft isn't just referring to customers, players, and communities when they say that we don't get NFTs. Employees have also been feeling this kind of attitude towards them. They don't get it was also the tone of a recent internal Q&A with the Quartz team aimed at addressing skeptical employees. This internal Q&A only made skepticism worse. It bolsters some developers' concerns about security vulnerabilities in the Quartz technology and its lack of interesting design possibilities. Poard and other blockchain proponents have pitched scenarios in which cosmetic items can follow players between games. That's not something that currently Quartz NFTs are set up to do. And Poard himself isn't really even sure about this whole interoperability aspect of NFTs that he's promoting. According to sources, Poard admitted internally that the interoperability question remains unanswered. In the meanwhile, the core use case for Quartz NFTs remains in-game hats. What we're looking at here is a scenario where executives are pushing this idea that NFTs will open so many new doors for gaming, pave the road to some really interesting things, and the developers, the people who actually know what goes into making games, are saying there are no interesting design possibilities with NFTs. They can't think of a good way to utilize them that actually improves games or brings out even more potential out of them. It's all just looking like a grift so far. And even when executives express ideas like interoperability, the ability to carry NFT items from one game to another, they don't have any answers for how they'll be implemented en masse. There's this misconception that with NFTs you can just take any item from any game and take them over to another game, but understand that every video game is made a certain way and are not just immediately compatible to each other. So transferring NFT items from one game to another would require developers to hunker down and make sure that the models are made, that the animations are properly implemented, that everything works within the giant puzzle box that is a video game. So plenty of developers have expressed that this vision of a future where anyone can take an NFT item from one game and take it to another game, no matter what franchise, what platform, whatever, just take any item across any game. That vision is a pipe dream because of just how much work would be required to have all of these games be compatible to each other to allow for these items to be transferable. And so all NFTs are currently are in-game assets that are confined to their specific games. It's just another form of microtransactions with the promise of riches, except even that is uncertain, and that is very much a pyramid scheme where only a lucky few at the top will strike gold. So yeah, this grand vision that Ubisoft has with Ubisoft Quartz amounts to practically nothing, with one current developer telling Kotaku it's 3 to 4 years of work for a frickin' auction house. Pretty much. Diablo 3 already did this, and not only did that not work out very well, again, it didn't even have to use NFTs to implement this thing that Ubisoft is saying is revolutionary, super beneficial, secondary market. And all they can talk about is a secondary market, not improvements of game features. It's all about market-related, money-moving related schemes, not about game design improvements or anything that would help sell this technology in a positive light. As for what these special NFTs look like for employees, it's basically a hat with a logo that says Ghost Recon 20th anniversary, but is only confined to Ghost Recon. Breakpoint has no real inherent value, is completely useless, and goes against the wishes of developers who overwhelmingly don't want to have anything to do with NFTs. And here's the internal announcement surrounding these 20th anniversary Ghost Recon NFTs. With the opening of the Ubisoft Quartz platform in December, we thought of creating an exclusive digit for you, the special employees we value so much and abuse constantly. The Ghost Recon 20th anniversary cap. If you want to receive this exclusive digit, we will inject it into your crypto wallet on the 9th of March. I mean, they might have just well said, to celebrate this momentous occasion of Ghost Recon's 20th anniversary, here's a box of poo to really highlight how much we executives appreciate you. Hell, I'd say that would have been a preferable scenario. At least you can take poo and use it as, I don't know, fertilizer or something. Whereas with this frickin' NFT, not only is it a pretty lame-looking item, it has no physical application. It's only confined to one game. It has very little in the way of practical usability or value. It's just the worst possible gift ever. And let me remind you that Ubisoft employees have been saying from the beginning that they don't approve of Ubisoft's NFT push. Here's an article from December 14th, 2021. Ubisoft devs don't understand company's NFT push either. Scrolling down, we get some more information from this Kotaku report, which glanced into the internal social media hub at Ubisoft Mana, where it was expressed that some didn't understand which old problems the new tech actually solved, while others were worried about receiving mandates to start integrating NFTs into their games, thereby negatively impacting their design. Here's a quote: "I still don't understand the problem being solved here. Is it really worth the extremely negative publicity this will cause? How can you look at private property, speculation, artificial scarcity, and egoism, then say, yes, this is good, I want that, let's put that in art?" I normally try to stay positive on our announcements, but this one is upsetting. A number of employees are feeling what players, customers, and communities are feeling about NFTs in video games. It felt like the announcement was just a vehicle for meaningless buzzwords that dress up a monetization scheme as this brand new revolutionary thing that, again, has always been possible even without NFTs and isn't actually beneficial for players, just beneficial for companies to line their pockets. And even looking beyond Ubisoft, looking at developers across the entire games industry, a recent survey revealed that developers, the majority of them, are not interested in crypto or NFTs, also reported by Kotaku. Scrolling down, you can see the results of the survey itself. A survey conducted during GDC, Game Developers Conference, which is as official as you can get in terms of a good place where a survey can be conducted. This is a survey where roughly 2,700 developers participated, and when asked what is your studio's interest in cryptocurrency as a payment tool, an overwhelming 72% said that they're not interested. 21% said somewhat interested, only 6% said very interested, only 1% said already using it. And then when asked about what is your studio's interest in NFTs, results were pretty damn similar, with a whopping 70% saying not interested, only 7% saying very interested, and only 1% saying already developing them. 21% are kind of on the fence about all of this. And beyond that, a French trade union, Solidaire Informatique, which represents workers at Ubisoft, came out hard against Ubisoft's NFT plans, saying that they're useless, costly, and ecologically mortifying. Senior designer on Ghost Recon Breakpoint, Mark Rushla, who is chapter rep for Solidaire's Informatique, he himself spoke out and straight up relayed the facts that in the internal Ubisoft forum, there was only a mere 5% ratio of positive comments surrounding NFTs, which means that 95% of the discussion surrounding NFTs was negative, was against them. And he expressed very simply that overwhelmingly developers are plainly not happy about any of this. But of course, despite the feedback, the backlash, the criticism being very clear that Ubisoft should not go down this direction, Ubisoft is being very selective about the feedback they listen to. They keep saying we're listening, but despite an overwhelming majority of community members, of players, of customers, and developers saying that NFTs are useless, they're a waste, they pave the road to scams and straight-up criminal activity and pyramid schemes and awful monetization tactics, Ubisoft, desiring exactly that, insists that this is the future. According to Rushla, this morning, as of the publishing of this article, Guillemot has reaffirmed that Ubisoft will still develop blockchain NFT. There are more things to come, he mentioned. And beyond NFTs, Yves Guillemot is pretty enthusiastic about all of the other schemes that come with it, like Web3, Metaverse, and self-regulated virtual worlds. Eventually, an article came out detailing what Ubisoft's boss, Yves Guillemot, told employees about how NFTs are just the beginning. It doesn't help matters that Ubisoft's co-founder Twitter likened the current backlash surrounding NFTs to how it was the same for DLCs, microtransactions, and loot boxes, implying that these monetization schemes have been accepted. No, they've not been accepted. People tolerate them to a degree because, unfortunately, we've let this stuff be normalized. Doesn't mean we actually enjoy their implementation. It's just these game companies are giving us no choice, because even with a majority of feedback saying we don't want this stuff, they'll implement them anyway. So them saying people have accepted loot boxes, microtransactions, and all that crap over time is just a false statement. And when he says that he expects NFTs to be similarly accepted over time, or implies that to me suggests that intentions surrounding this big push for NFTs are exactly the same as those of microtransactions and loot boxes and whatnot. Just make more cheddar through exploitative tactics. And indeed, Ubisoft employees express concerns that the comparison is a poor one because microtransactions like XP boosters still regularly draw scrutiny from players. Yves Guillemot also referenced Roblox a lot to try to convince employees that NFTs are the way of the future, except Roblox does not have the best of reputation. There is a lot of scummy, scammy, and shady dealings going on behind that company and the way it handles Roblox. And more concerns are expressed here about how the integration of the technology will impact game development, with a specific quote that was relayed to Kotaku reading, "I'm here to make games and promote fun and entertainment, and I don't see how this is going in that direction. It's just another way to milk money." I'll say again, the feedback is very clear. The overwhelming majority of the gaming community and the game development community are pushing against NFTs, are saying no. So Ubisoft expressing the importance of listening to what our fans are telling us and how they're telling us as we go, so we can also adapt what we're doing and where we're going, is all completely BS. If Ubisoft were actually adapting based on what the feedback's been, they would have canceled Ubisoft Quartz a long time ago. But they already know what their destination is. They already know they want NFTs normalized regardless of what the general feedback is. There is no back and forth. They've already decided for us that we need NFTs. But obviously that's just a disguise for game companies and companies in general needing these NFTs to keep investors happy, to exploit a new gold rush and a new hype train for revenue generation. That is ultimately what it's all about. And Ubisoft is not fooling anyone. Not players and consumers and customers and communities, and certainly not game developers who actually know what they're talking about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is everything you need to know about the latest developments surrounding Ubisoft NFTs and how Ubisoft is now desperately gifting them to employees to try to sway them towards liking NFTs, even though it doesn't seem like that's helped at all. If anything, it's made things worse, and Ubisoft employees hate that they got these NFTs at all, or at least a majority seem to. This is one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on all of this. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
Hello again. What a chance.
Here we go again, me pulling out a chart like I'm some sort of respectable journalist, and I'm not paid enough to care. You might wonder, how did we come up with fourth? But with a little extra digging, like a journalist, which is not what I do, we may have some answers for you. Russell Owens is the president of G4 TV. She was hired in 2021, so last year, when this all started. Mama Russell, she's basically what Susan Wojcicki is to YouTube. So Mama Russell comes in and she oversees key business functions, including advertising, sales, programming, content, operations, marketing, finance, IT, human resources, and additionally, Mama Russell will manage the launch and growth in the day-to-day operations of the network through content licensing, programming, production, development, and content distribution and partnership agreements. To break down the corporate structure, it goes kind of like this. G4 isn't owned by NBC Universal. Mama Russell is the president. She runs G4. G4 is owned by Comcast Spectacor, whatever the hell it's called. Comcast Spectacor is part of Comcast Corporations, a global company that operates Comcast and inspired by the technology and creativity of Comcast NBC Universal. This is all confusing and pointless in all honesty. But in the long and the short of it is, this lady, Mama Russell, she's Fork's boss. She's at the tippy top, the wine mom, trying to push how cool she is. Living NFTs are the futures, my dudes. She's hoping to sell these sort of things to people that are dumb enough to pay for it. Now, if you recall, there's a point where Fork was talking about how her bosses thanked her for her rant. Thank God Fork has defeated misogyny. Anyway, if anything, it had to be Mama Russell giving her the pat on the back. As I've stated before, G4 was resurrected from the dead husk to capitalize on the gaming gold rush that was brought about by coronavirus. Everyone was making hand-over-fist money. They were hoping to use this to also be the mouthpiece for their esports teams that I talked about in the last video. You can find it. G4 now needs to make space for its advertisers through multi-platform commitments, and Lord knows they have a lot of YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast streaming service. I'm sure that's burning the world up. Articles say the rejuvenated G4 is led by Mama Russell, former executive of Warner Brothers Mattel. I think she was famous for the Barbie breaks up with Ken split in the early 2000s. You remember how groundbreaking that was? If anyone is equipped to open G4 to a more diverse audience, it's full stop, said Chelsea Delberg, a former associate producer of Attack of the Show, whom worked under Mama Russell at Warner Brothers. She's no stranger to the gaming culture, to geek culture, and, candidly, to the patriarchy that had permeated it previously. My God, it all makes sense now. This explains why we have the G4 we have now, that just reeks of diversity hires. If you've seen the G4 D&D live stream, it looks like a bag of retarded Skittles. The previous iteration of G4 was criticized for content that some described as sexist or objectifying. What is the new G4 doing to avoid developing this kind of reputation? Yes, especially when you think of the audience of gamers and fandom, there's a huge representation of women. Hopefully, we've moved away from people thinking that video games are something for guys to do. You know, I come from G4, both from my background in video games. I was in Electronic Arts, I was in Warner Brothers, and then Machinima. This is not a resume that screams to me winner. This basically reads as I was involved in everything most gamers now loathe and despise. But for me, it's a personal passion. The fandom, I'm a cosplayer. I played a bunch of Wonder Woman characters, and so I kind of join in with a lot of women who really participate in the industry, but sadly don't see themselves in leadership positions. Oh my God, I can't, dude. It's like Strauss Zelnick if he had breasts. I'm really excited to hopefully bring more women and people of color and make both working at G4 and consuming it a great experience. Yes.
That's cool, man.
Great.
What are we doing?
Do you see why we have what we have now? In this article, we learned that G4 has a plan to take over Twitch by giving everyone the greatest content they've never seen before. G4's answer to premium content, from sketches to off-site stunts and co-streaming esports tournaments with commentary from G4 talent. Have you seen G4 sketches? There's nothing funny going on here. There's nothing funny going on.
The next category.
Sure. Okay. Excellence in audio design celebrates games with the most outstanding and impactful sound effects. The nominees in this category are Forza Horizon 5,
Woo!
Hell Let Loose, Inscription,
Woo!
Resident Evil Village, and 12 Minutes. You know, guys, Emily wasn't kidding. This is actually kind of fun, you know?
What do you mean, Gerard?
Oh, I don't know, like, you know.
Yourself. Kill me, please. I want to die.
I would take G4 sketches, and I swear to God, I would tie my ex-girlfriend to a chair, and I'd play them on loop, just to show her how much I am angry with her. You think this is funny, Kimmy? I'm so sorry. Turn off Kevin Pereira, please. We're doing a higher production value that relies on pre-recorded video content. Going outside and shooting people doing stunts. Yeah, that's working in it, ain't it? I can't say that. What we've come to expect in traditional television, we're bringing to production. And that costs more. Just plain and simple. So they basically have an outdated format, or I should say a format designed for television, and they think they're going to take over Twitch with it, which hasn't really been going well. Christ almighty, Scooter's going to be a long video. The network is funding these bigger budget productions through the combination of advertising revenue and brand integrations to reconcile its high budget approach. With esports notoriously hard to monetize audience, Mama Russell explains that G4 is trying to rewrite how brands interact with gaming and esports programming. It gets better. Just stick with me here. The word that gets used a lot is authenticity, and I'm almost bored with the term because it means a lot of things. That's what I get when I watch G4 content, total authenticity. What we say is that the irreverent nature of G4 as a network means that brands cannot take themselves too seriously. We need to have the creative freedom to really make this feel like it's holistic to what we are doing. And our tone and manner. I don't understand. Like, there's nothing here that feels irreverent or witty, you know, or holistic. Everything seems like a corporation trying to capture lightning in the bottle, and they can't seem to see it. On top of that, they hired a lot of talent not too many people know of or care for. It's actually asinine. Nothing personal, but these are bad decisions.
It is crazy. We say to give a woman power is like to give a gun to a monkey. We have stopped doing that ever since the 1999 Astana Zoo massacre.
Good for whoever's working in G4, get the bag, because I don't think this is going to stick around. And if it does, it's not going to be doing well. It'll be on life support. So for instance, instead of just having Pizza Hut logos things on, we created a character. His name is Rip Blazer, a pizza man we think from the future, who appears in our programming and gives the audience an opportunity to get a QR code and potentially win free pizza. Really?
Catch me if you can, bro.
Oh my god.
Really? It says it. Oh my god.
This guy's still chasing
Rip G4. It's a channel that's gonna die sooner than the CEO thinks. And he'll show up and try to sell you a crypto beefcake. The CEO of G4 did a very interesting technology partner thingy live stream where they talked about crap that it's really depressing. And one thing she's definitely hell-bent on is NFTs. And her approach to NFTs are exactly how most gaming companies approach NFTs. They're now trying to package it under the idea that you can make money by playing games. Yeah, the gaming industry wants to give us money back. Get the f out of here.
What I love is as they talk about the NFTs that evolve over time. And I know you get excited by that.
I do. I mean, here's an example. If you see on our slide here, hopefully everybody also knows who Lionel Messi is. He's probably the world's most popular soccer player. This is an example of, let's say you get your Lionel Messi, and again, they're using what looks like a trading card because it's a very common, identifier in sports. But you get your Lionel card, and it has a certain value. Let's say right now, if I bought this as an NFT, I could go and sell it for $100. But let's say he plays a few games, scores many goals. The value of the card would literally, the card would visually change, and the value would change. So if I was smart enough to hold on to my Messi card, it could now be worth $400 if I choose to hang on to it, and then he wins the World Cup. The value has gone up, and it's all dependent by the market.
We also move on to, it's two wine moms telling you about internet culture.
Bruh.
We've come full circle at the end of the dark timeline. Generation G. I remember the last time a company talked to me about generations. The Spice Girls are doing little kicks, and they are saying we're Generation Next while trying to sell me sugar water.
Okay, we've all heard Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X. What does it mean? Well, this is a new one for you, and I did some research on this. The Atari 2600, which was the first home gaming system. So remember, we all used to, in the 70s and early 80s, everyone was playing in arcades. Well, this was the first home console system, and it was really transformational in allowing people to play games, video games at home. Launched in '72. So let's just say we give it a few years to get immersed into people's houses. What that implies is that everyone after 1981 is a gamer. That in some way, shape, or form, they were exposed to and playing games. And this is massive because what we have is 40 years 4 decades of people who have been in immersive worlds.
Wow, I bet after that talk about Generation G for gamers really got your juices going. You're feeling the vibes, this woman is touching you, she can market to you, you feel she understands the culture we're in. Well, guess what? She, Mama Russell, is ready to tell us about the next step in gaming. We're gonna take the physical world and meld it with the digital world, and we got digital world? Really, Stu?
I think, folks, are you ready to put on your safety belts? No, you don't need anything. You don't need a helmet. We're going to go into the digital world, and I'll tell you what this is. This is a live world, meaning it is accessible. This is for our favorite clients. Yeah.
The fact that this is supposed to be like this great presentation about how the digital world is the next step and this Dell technology is awesome. It's running at 12 goddamn FPS, for Christ's sakes. Can we move on to the whole video now, Stu?
If you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace.
Most of you watching are gonna
No!
go.
Ah, guys,
That's what
come
you
on,
deserve.
man.
This
What the
is who
fuck,
I am. Attack!
After I finished my G4 video, I was off the net and back to being on in real life. The mark of a man. His misery is only ever truly over in death. But within an hour of my video going live, the comment section made me aware of Kevin Pereira's view botting back in 2018, and Fork being kicked out of Riot Gaming's commentary community or something like that. Apparently, she's very polarizing, which, you know, when you look at how things are now, that's not really surprising news.
Gaming gets a really bad rap. It can be an incredible community, but it also can be one of the most vile, disgusting communities you've ever seen, and so...
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out.
At the time of Kevin Pereira's Twitch view botting, he had a few things to say. I explicitly said I had nothing left to lose, and was very flippant about it, and said, well, a way to get discovered on the platform is to have a channel that's getting more views, Pereira said. So instead of trying to make my content better or refocus my strategy, son of a bitch, Pereira said, so instead of trying to make the content better or refocus my strategy, with the limited time we had left, I decided to shortcut it and try to get some extra views on the channel. Pereira acknowledged that view botting means the Attack of the Show brand is pretty much done, that he would be shutting down everything, including the team's Patreon. I tried to save jobs, I really did, and I hope that in the end, that I didn't do any irreparable damage to the people's careers.
That happened.
Now, at the time that people had told me about Kevin Pereira's view botting, I didn't really think much of it. I was already punch drunk from the cringe and low on mescaline. So, it was off to my dealer, Kevin Nash's house. No, not the famous wrestler.
Need more coke.
It then hit me. The viewer discrepancy between Twitch and YouTube is actually staggering. I pointed it out briefly, but really look at it. Some videos, they were just miraculously getting like 500,000 viewers. And they had, what, 300,000 followers on Twitch or something like that? It made no sense that there would be that many views. But I digress. The thumbnail looks like Patton Oswalt has transitioned into a woman while entering into a homosexual relationship with Andy Dick. So technically I would click this thumbnail because that's the energy it's giving me. You know, these are lean times for Andy Dick, baby.
Darksouls Death Hill, in case anybody's watching. Because people do watch my cameos, by the way. You spell it
Weird,
if you guys are on Twitch, which I am, but they kicked me off. But then I went back on, and they let me back on, which is weird. So I'm kind of like in limbo.
But then on the YouTube page, it's like completely stagnant. In fact, almost dead. Anyone who's that popular on Twitch, the views usually carry over on YouTube as well. And don't forget, G4 has a brand deal with Twitch, so let that sink in as well. Twitch always takes care of its partners.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we come to the part of the program which is always my favorite because it means something.
This video is sponsored by Galaxy Lamps because YouTube hates me. The Galaxy Lamp 2.0 fills your room with mesmerizing spotlights that mimic real stars. I recommend the blue version. Once the beam leaves the matrix and strikes your surface, you'll be immersed in an alternate universe of constellations. You're Captain Kirk now. There's an app for the projector that gives you more color options, custom themes, and adjustable rotation speeds, and the ability to set timers and schedules. If you don't like installing apps, which I can completely understand, there's a settings button that's still located on the side of the lamp itself, and it comes with 6 pre-installed settings. The Galaxy Lamp is perfect for any room, any setting, especially while watching films. It's safe for the whole family because it uses low wattage lasers that produce less heat, it's safe for kids, and it's pet friendly. By the way, it's a very unique gift that I strongly only recommend giving to chicks because they seem to love it. I don't think a normal dude would admit to owning this. Go to galaxylamps.ko/itsagundam to save 15% off your order today.
Which we used to be partnered with them. When we did our charity stream, Joey Salads came here and he went down to the park across the street and Justin Roiland pepper sprayed him in the face for charity, of course. And we had to do it in a way because we weren't ready for it, that Joey live streamed it on his phone and then we watched it on the TV. So Twitch suspended Joey's Twitch account.
Like immediately.
But they didn't do anything to us. And I later spoke on the phone to my contact there, and he said, and I quote, that we give special treatment to our partners, to our big partners. Well, we take care of you.
Oh my.
I'm planting a whiskey tree to end all this misery.
But after all that, I had no interest in making another video. I kind of wanted to be done and dusted with it. So, while I was out in the snowstorm, you know, just plowing away, thinking about how miserable I was and how I wish I was doing music, Ryan at the Arcade Outpost was like a dog with a bone. He was all over a fork like my mother's all over a piece of chocolate cake. Geeks and Gamers was in the mix too. It was like Starsky and Hutch. They were hunting down the well-known drug kingpin, Muncher. Stu, can we make that joke? Now, the Arcade Outpost went hard on the whole viewbotting angle, which admittedly could be a possibility. Because who in the world would watch this? Unironically. No, really, I'm serious. Who would watch this? You're gonna watch it, because I had to watch it.
You are that fake?
Your face.
Your reputation has grown.
I've been diligently spreading the rumors. No, truth. Spreading the truth.
Good for you. Yeah, you know, it was just another night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You do that often?
Excuse me?
You do that often?
You satisfy women to their utmost pleasure? Yes, we do that. We do that often.
I try.
You try?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ollie.
Huh.
Sad. Very sad.
It's you right here and now because I do not know how many people you have aboard the Hyena. Fearsome vessel that it is. Would be a shame if something were to happen.
Your boss may be able to do something to me, but this ship, as you call it, can't do a damn thing to the Hyena, nor can any other ship in these waters. But if it's a war you want, I'm sure the Xanathar would be...
In the 80s when gay people look surprised all the time?
Oh my god. I would use this footage to torture terrorists. He's acting like he's enthralled in this shit. I am so bored. I want to strangle myself. Frost is not there either. I'm annoyed with this. Frost looks like she gives less of a shit than I do. And she's getting paid for this. Calm down. So, as you can see, top tier stuff. You're probably enthralled. You can't get enough. You're like, Gundam, please play me another clip and let it run for 12 hours straight. But we don't have time. Anyway, all the members of Geeks and Gamers have been banned. Oh wow, look at those views. Before they're getting 30k views for the D&D night, now it's 1,500. That's a pretty big drop off. I guess it's because somebody was talking about view botting, and then it just oddly drops at the same time. They also set up these YouTube live streams so that you cannot comment unless you've been a subscriber for longer than 4 weeks.
It's the rotted skunk is over there just twisted in the corner. Ugh.
So they're really cracking down on anyone coming in and, you know, telling you that Olivia Munn's feet are delicious. Because that needs to stop, you bigots. Oh, I forgot to mention in the last video that Olivia Munn was actually in talks, and she was supposed to be on G4's TV's reboot, but all the negotiations fell through. I'm assuming that she couldn't secure the bag she wanted for it. Odds are Olivia Munn probably wanted more money than everyone in the set combined. And frankly, they probably should have paid her, because now we have Fork. Oh well, sucks to suck.
This thing.
Didn't destroy the fan, it gently massaged it into submission. Fork was doing victory laps around Twitter like Rocky Balboa from Rocky 2, as game journalists and other clout chasers ran behind her, cheering as loudly as possible. You defeated misogyny! I'm so glad you said that, because it needed to be said! Not that we haven't heard it 100,000 times since 2016. My God. I was even tagged in one of the arguments under the timeline of Fork. The typical white knight showed up and dismissed my video as, and I quote, clickbait. The irony of this interaction was he accused the guy who linked my video of being biased, and he himself didn't bother to watch my video and just called it clickbait. You gotta love progressives. Fork touted that she had over 8,000 plus new followers, and she was making fat stacks, while G4 was losing subscribers. This Twitter timeline was no different. She literally repeated herself yet again, with the same sort of victory tweet. By the way, she deleted her whole timeline, so can't find anything. I looked at this, and I decided to not bother replying.
I am the king! I will punish you.
Any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king.
Gloating over such a small victory says a lot about a person's character. Maybe she was pissed that day. Who cares though, really? Flexing on random dudes who made posts on Twitter, and you're like, well, I got a lot of followers and I made a whole lot of money. Like, wow. Cool.
It all reminds me of something that Moliere once said to Guy de Maupassant in a cafe in Vienna. That's nice. You should write it down.
But I'm sure somewhere out there, Adam Sessler saw these string of tweets and he was clapping away like a seal performing tricks at SeaWorld, even days before this interaction came to play. She was fighting with people on Reddit. In a Reddit post titled "Nerd Culture is Toxic," I'm sorry, but if you find someone like Asmongold threatening, I worry about your ability to even handle the common cold. But all jokes aside, Fork had this to say. I work in gaming. I'm currently having multiple YouTubers send their followers after me. On every platform. This one included, because I did a 3-minute segment on sexism that asked the panel to rant about something that annoyed them in gaming within a 2-hour show. They believe I retaliated because I've been lying and spreading misinformation. Well, I'll say she wasn't lying. She was just ignorant. You can't really call it lying. She just didn't know. If anything, Fork probably doesn't know that much about gaming outside of things she's genuinely interested in. In that clip that I showed in the last video, not doing it again, you can check it out there. She didn't know what the hell she's talking about. And technically, you can't hold it against a woman that doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. And if you're a heterosexual man, you know what I'm talking about. It's just sometimes women can't admit they don't know something. You know, it's just like they can't. It's like something in her DNA, and it's wired that she cannot admit that she's wrong or doesn't know. And this isn't about Fork. This is just my personal life and experience that is like leaking into this video right now. It's like you don't know, so shut up. You don't know. You're talking out of your ass. And don't even give me these platitudes about manifestation and all this other crap. All right? I'm trying to... No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Anyway, Fork just didn't know. That was the problem. about exclusive releases since I mistakenly said Hogwarts Legacy was an exclusive release. I think I actually asked if it was or bought it up. I can't quite remember. No, girl, you didn't do that. You could have easily watched your own video and checked yourself. But whatever. Maybe she didn't remember. You know, I take it back. She probably didn't. I don't remember what the hell I said even a day ago. Unless it's important. It's been an absolute show. And my DMs and emails look like an Xbox Live lobby. But the absolute disconnect of me calling out sexism and then being incredibly sexist to me is pretty funny. You know, she said that same thing on her Twitter account. My voice is drying out. There are a lot of bad faith actors who have galvanized nerd communities against marginalized voices and women in particular. There's a great book on the alt-right that details how Gamergate was the first practice run for the nebulous alt-right to display their harassment tactics. Our experience of these instances are left over from their efforts. There you go. Gamergate. Why didn't I see this coming? Everything is Gamergate. You got a hole in your underwear? Gamergate. You lost money in the stock market? Gamergate. One boob is like hanging lower than the other? Toxic masculinity and Gamergate did it to you, ladies. I haven't seen a single YouTuber send a follower after her. And I've seen a lot of videos on G4 recently. Were there too many videos made? One can argue that's true. But the emphasis was overall that, let's face it, G4 didn't want a certain type of people. They were very antagonistic towards anyone that was a Trump supporter. Hell, Frost said it herself. If you're a Trump supporter, I don't want you as a fan. It's kind of amazing that she doesn't see that this galvanizes people. She doesn't see the things she said were toxic towards the gaming community. Frankly, all she had to do was shut up. You know, she could have did her rant about gamers and then that was it. Never address it again. Don't fight with people. Don't keep the ball rolling. That's all she had to do. And people would have forgotten in a couple months. But frankly, doing it on G4 when most of the people who watch this show want to recapture some sort of nostalgia, not a good move. That Reddit post was just as disingenuous as Kathy Griffin running around and coming back after Biden is president and then sitting there and saying something ridiculous. Hey, techie smarty pants followers of mine. Do you think what happened with my Trump photo scandal being such an international overblown outrage could have been because of this Gamergate thing I'm learning about? No. Here's what it was. It wasn't funny. And I don't even like Trump. I couldn't care less about him. You're just not funny. That's what it was. You went out there, you hung your balls out, and people said, ew. That was it. And you got roasted. It wasn't about Gamergate. You just suck. It's over, Kathy. It's not 1990 anymore. It's game over, baby cakes. Take your money and go live on a beach somewhere. It's over. Now, nobody not finding her funny and interesting? Gamergate. We got it. Kathy Griffin's comedy career is over? Gamergate.
Women!
There was a lot of Reddit drama with Fork, basically. She was going on a tangent, constantly fighting with people back and forth. It made absolutely no sense. Things got so bad that the forum got locked many times over. They even had moderators actually replying to constructive criticism by telling people who had this criticism that I 100% say was constructive, that they were coming from a place of privilege. Yeah. Being a male is privileged. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Women have periods once a month, but a man's life is a never-ending period. It's pain, strife, anxiety, constant bloating, misery, but then some butt nugget on the internet with a degree for writing that reviews video games poorly and demands an easy mode tells you you're privileged. The emails I get from men undergoing divorce that have to move back into family members' homes or if the living cars, the first thought that comes to my mind certainly isn't male privilege when I read these. Dear Gundam, I'm writing you from my car. My wife and children are gone from me because she's divorcing me. And then he writes next, thankfully my male privilege has allowed me a can of soup. Anyway, anyone who disagreed or offered any level of dissent or constructive criticism was censored on the Reddit post. Yes, some comments might have actually been trollish, but the vast majority were not. But in this day and age, the only time you can tell a cis woman she's privileged or she's off the mark and get away with it is if you're a trans woman. But here's a link from Lunar Archivist. You can see it yourself. Just look at this. It's like actually crazy. The level of censorship. Everything red was moderated. Everything blue, the person deleted themselves. The only things you really actually see that stay up are messages that just tell Fork she's the greatest thing to ever happen. Everything else, gone. Someone makes a good point. Nope, you gotta go. Shameful. This is a PR nightmare. I could go deeper, but I don't have time to hunt down these now deleted posts, and I don't want another hour-long video. When Yellow Flash and the gang caught wind of this fest from Lunar Archivist, G4 nuked the whole page.
Now this shocks me.
And Fork deleted her account. Good move. You see, you can't get called out if there's nothing to call out. Now, do you remember Homeboy during Fork's heroic speech that ranks up there with some of the greatest speeches in human history? It's right before Winston Churchill's World War II speech. That's just how powerful this 3-minute speech was, how much it changed the gaming sphere and got people talking about the obvious sexism. The black dude who was next to Fork, you know, doing the sort of token things, he's the Black Hokage. You might have heard the name before, but you can't really remember him. You know, his star on YouTube has really waned in recent years. Well, RK Outpost and Geeks and Gamers have exposed him for his hypocrisy.
It's been expected that you can talk about how much you jerked off to women as a compliment. It's not a compliment.
Added a hot tub, like a hot tub streamer category.
Uh-huh.
How you think about that?
I mean, cool. It's separated like by category now, so it's easier to find.
I be watching naked.
Are we on the same website?
Yeah, no. Well, what does the website have to do with me watching naked?
Oh, you were watching naked.
Yeah, I be watching naked with nothing but my Tim's on.
Sassy, anyone?
It's dehumanizing and it's weird. Women do not exist to be nice on the eyes for you. Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn did not exist to be nice on the eyes for you.
They do. Why do they wear makeup?
Hey, she cooking, y'all.
May God strike me down. Every woman that I've ever told me they don't swallow. And every woman that sucked my swallow.
Thoughts?
They be lying, bro. They be lying. Because you know what? You tell them, be like, nah, I like swallow.
What?
I'm watching the Gundam.
Hey,
Son, why do all white lesbians look like Barney Rubble from the Flintstones? That is the real thing, Snatched.
Frankly, I don't care he said it. I just found it funny that, like, he's gonna sit there and he acts like he's on this moral high road, and you're doing something similar at times there, my dude. You see, you gotta be honest with people up front. I'm a piece of shit. At some point, you're probably gonna dislike me. I'll probably say something that'll offend you, make you mad. Because that's how everybody is. Everybody loves you till you turn on something they like. Whoa, I used to think you were cool till you cross this invisible line. That's why I'm letting you know now it's coming. And when it does, you can sit there and go, well, he told me. The next day, Fork took to Twitter. She was taking the fight to the bad faith actors and YouTube drama farmers. She was like Miss Marvel, I tell you. She swooped right in and she kicked toxic masculinity right in the balls by using toxic femininity. What a sexually dubious Chad move. Did you know that she calls herself the female Brad Pitt? Or the Brad Pitt of lesbians or something like that? To all these drama farming YouTubers, you can always reach out to my agent if you'd like to schedule a discussion. What a hero. They won't do it Fork? Of course not. But the avenue is there, and I'll gladly do it pro bono. Look at her, throwing YouTubers a bone because she's so important. I'm sure normally you'd have to pay a small fortune to have great interviews with Fork, such as this fantastic video that she did with this NBA chick that only has 4K views because everybody's making fun of her. So before that, it probably had like 1,000 to 2,000 views. This video makes no sense. Like, who was this for? Because nobody can forget about it. Whatever. Why even give them the time? They'll just take snippets of discussion and try and twist it negative. Speak the truth and let them swallow that instead. Oh my God.
How do you feel about Mr. Garfield?
Yes, I love playing bitches, and I was a bitch in that. You know, I think there's a lot of bitch in every woman, and a lot of bitch in every man, too.
Because I like to see them say the things they do to my face, and how they deal with an actual discussion and response. Because she's such a great arbiter. I saw her in D&D. I was floored. I was deeply moved. I wept as her character did something. Fork was strutting her stuff on Twitter like Tom Jones during 1965 concert era, with an echo chamber that reaffirmed her beliefs. But there was one flaw in this plan. Many YouTubers were willing to talk to her. Now, I don't have the pictures of this anymore because she deleted her Twitter like 2 days later. But from what I remember seeing, Nerdrotic was there, Geeks and Gamers, the Quartering. God, there was just so many people in the comments looking for it to happen. Then Fork put out a fake email for people to contact her agent. Ironically, the trolls found her agent's real email, and hilarity ensued. See, what I don't understand about all this is, it seems like she keeps throwing gasoline on the fire whenever it starts to dim. Geeks and Gamers talked about the tweets right before she deleted them on Tuesday night's main event. I forgot the name, but can't even remember my own birthday, so don't take it personal, GG. Now, as I said before, Fork just out of nowhere wiped her entire Twitter clean, which took everybody by surprise. Like, you know, she's sitting there, she's challenging people to debate her and whatnot, and she was only going to go on the biggest YouTubers' channels because it's about PR more than anything else. Although I should have just tweeted whoops. That would have been much funnier. Cleaned out socials and got several messages asking if I was hacked. All is well. I just had it for close to forever and decided on a spring cleaning, poop jokes returning. Now, that to me is just like her Reddit account, where it was full of incriminating shit that showed her inability to grow as a person, take any level of constructive criticism, and function like, you know, normally. Like, whenever anyone said anything that wasn't praise on that G4 Reddit, she just went back at the person like they were some sort of troll or scumbag, or telling they were talking from a place of privilege, or alt-right this, feminism that. And it was just like, and if you've seen Fork's tweets before, they came off bad. Who tells half the country to go f themselves? You know, it's like, if you're a Trump supporter, I don't want you as a fan. That's not the move to make. Do you see my point? So it makes total sense to delete her whole Twitter timeline. Fork just hid her incriminating evidence. She was better at it than Hunter Biden stuffing drugs up his ass at the airport. This requires a revision because things just keep changing. Nothing is static. The Quartering and Vito were going to get interviews with Fork. But then all hell sort of broke loose. The commentary community had a slight civil war that lasted literally 6 hours, maybe 7. Who the hell knows? I cannot believe this. Yellow Flash and the Quartering had a spat live on the air. You can find it on Yellow Flash's live stream secondary channel that I can't remember the name of, but it was pretty funny. The Quartering rolled in drunk and everybody was just at each other's throats. It was like a verbal knife fight. It was entertainment unchained, the way I like it. My favorite Quartering is a drunk Quartering. Anyway, they made up literally the next day. But weirdly enough, it doesn't seem like the Fork interviews are happening.
I am in shock!
I have a source that has told me Vito's confirmed he's not getting an interview. I don't know. It seems like the Quartering is on the fence about it now. And it may just be over entirely. Not 100% sure. It's pretty much the gravy train for this is over, and I'm wasting my time, life, and energies. I should go hang myself. There's no point to this video anymore. Let's end it on some high notes, Stu. As we wind down, let's talk about GeForce D&D show again. They brought on Freddie Prinze Jr., a guy that gamers love. Last time I saw something from Freddie Prinze Jr., he was getting ratioed by Az over the Gina Carlo drama. Could you imagine that? You go from kissing Buffy the Vampire Slayer, because I don't know the chick's real name. You go from that, you go from TRL, you walk out in an audience of girls cheer for you like you're the greatest thing to ever happen. And now you're an old man with gray hair, a dying YouTube channel, and an even deader career. And you're getting completely and utterly beaten to a bloody pulp on Twitter by Az. It's got to be a real come down. They had Freddie Prinze Jr. on right after all this drama. To get our minds off of it, here's some Freddie Prinze Jr. kids. Because that's what we want, people who are G4 fans. We want an aging Freddie Prinze Jr. Because we all remember the movie She's All That, am I right? Well, anyway, he rolls in with a cape that's so gay it would make Richard Simmons uncomfortable. But all jokes aside, G4 is really leaning towards the hyper-progressive left crowd. They even had Patton Oswalt on. Now, you might remember Patton Oswalt from being utterly obnoxious on Twitter. And he's best known for recently taking a photo of Dave Chappelle and then literally canceling himself the next day and writing an apology letter to his fans in the trans community for taking a picture with a friend he's had for years and smiling. God forbid. Shame on you, Patton Oswalt. Shame for smiling with your friend who said some things we didn't like.
You know, we're living in a society.
You obviously are guilty by association. Patton Oswalt had to beat his own feet later that night and film it for the LGBTQ community. To end it all on a funny note.
It is at 55,810.
Let me tell you.
Do you want to promote it? You want to promote it? We amazingly still have 1,700 people.
It would be at probably 70,000 if she would take my advice and show a little pink.
No.
Well, you know, I can't argue with Cecil here. He's making a lot of sense.
No. How about not?
I remember this is how like people like keep shipping me and that Star Wars girl as some sort of secret couple. And if she does anything, there was one stream where I guess her ass came out of her skirt or something.
Oh my God.
Everyone sent it to me as if it was the most important thing that ever happened.
DSP.
Like with his whole pro Jarrett call out. He went through this whole new PR spin. Oh, people on the internet like me ever since my pro Jarrett hot takes. Gets 15,000 retweets, all of a sudden he thinks he's got a new life. Take note that when Pro Jared was being canceled, DSP was at the forefront of nibbling on Jared's bones. The second Destructor came from DSP. It was stupid and a waste of time and people are hateful and so on. Just remember that. It's okay when Phil does it, but it's not okay when you do it.
Earlier today, I fully and formally addressed on my pre-stream, you know, the whole situation that happened with me on Twitter last night and yesterday. It's still unfolding. We've still got people going crazy tweeting about it. As of right now, my one main tweet that's been super popular has over 15,000 likes and 4,000 retweets, while the other tweet that I made has about 5,000 likes and like thousands of retweets. Big content creators are coming out and saying, "Wow, this is a cool situation for Phil." And is this Phil's redemption arc? This is just pretty hilarious because the way I say it is, there's nothing to redeem. Like, the people who think there needs to be a redemption arc, basically have never watched me or don't know the truth about me because I know, you know, the things that people say about me and shit were never true to begin with.
The lie detector test determined Ralph. That was a lie.
People were contacting me and saying, oh my God, like, did you actually wait 3 years to strike back at this guy? So I said, all right, you know what? This is the time and place to do this because I've been biding my time. I seriously, ladies and gentlemen, have been biding my fucking time for years. I've been waiting for this moment because everyone wanted to make me the joke. Now's the time. That's right, Daniel. Just remember, Daniel, it's okay every once in a while to use your powers, but never fully cheat. Never go full. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can't take those easy pot shots for me. They're too easy. That's like lowest common denominator for me. I'm not going to say it.
Are you not okay?
I'm not going to say it.
Not with their new friends.
Not okay, bro.
Because we need to fit in.
What?
I can't believe someone would possibly cheat. What kind of a person would cheat? I mean, you'd have to be the lowest human form of existence to be a cheater, a dirty, rotten cheater.
For context, DSP's wife was cavorting around with Big Daddy Phil behind the back of her boyfriend, who we all call Subaru. I would go on the Cali forums and pull up proof and all these snapshots and whatnot, but you know, I don't care now. It just shows you what a dickhead Phil is. That's a guy who is the epitome of living in a glass house, and he's not throwing rocks. He's got an airsoft gun.
Come on. Don't go down. Showing off in front of Finn. You want him to find out?
Finn is cool. He wouldn't tell anybody.
You don't know that. You're gonna get busted.
Everyone's freaking out in the stream chat because they said that. It's funny. Use your power responsibly. Don't use it. Don't use it in an abusive manner, and don't cheat. Remember, Daniel, learn from the internet.
Low profile.
DSP.
Keep a low profile. Whatever you do, don't be like. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
No, it could be way worse.
Don't be like an N-word.
Does a stream debunking years of the haters and whatnot. Oh my God, I hate that I know all this shit. It's useless information. You're not getting into Cambridge with this information, you know?
I wanted to hit an 11-year-old girl. You're right. I just wanted to just, you know, punch a girl right
Why?
in the fucking face. I cop up to that one.
Why?
No! What the
No,
fuck
that-
are you talking
that
about?
thing is
And there was a
fucking
girl
giving
on
hit
there
our
who obviously
respect
should
with
not have
this.
been playing
What the
VR
hell?
chat unsupervised. Why the fuck her parents are letting her play VR chat? The world of disgusting people going in there saying swears and sexual things and all kinds of fucked up stuff, right?
Can we please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that. I'm 11.
You're 11? Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that.
Where am I supposed to go now?
Shit out of that. What the fuck? Now, if I had actually said on stream I want to beat up an 11-year-old girl, do you think I'd be on Twitch today?
DSP dedicates a whole stream to telling the new people who found him through the tweet how all this information on him is wrong and it's lies, rumors, and slander, blah, 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 blah. And literally, these people come back for the next stream and they get a whole dose of real DSP and they all leave. Now he's back to struggling to get past 400 viewers, depending on what he's playing. Point being, this was all a media blitz for DSP. He thought he was going to get some new people in on his $1,000 tip goal for the retrospective stream. Now, if you don't know what the hell the retrospective stream is, it's where you literally watch DSP watch DSP. And then he gives director's commentary on his content.
Okay, here we go. Here it is, a reference. Okay, we just watched this earlier today. It's a reference to when he knocked my camera over and played Start the Party. But you see what we did? It's us now. It's not us from back then when we originally played Start the Party in, what was it, 2010? It's us in 2012 replaying it.
Holy
I got the beard, see? The camera, he's gonna knock the camera over.
Can I die to a Prodi, man?
Not again, you asshole. I knew that would work. Why were you stuck on a couch, though?
It's kind of funny.
Let's do this, boy.
So essentially, you're watching videos
you're so
from like
bad, bro.
2010 with John Rambo and whatnot, where he tells you these boring stories and he occasionally laughs at his own jokes. He gives you the goat laugh. No, that's not right. That's like Mickey. I can't do it.
Like
It's bad. Fuck me.
Trying to attack me, and I was like, this guy actually is like legit. Like, this is a fair video about me. Out of all the stuff that gets made about me, very rarely do I get a fair video made about me. So that's why I can't.
See, the Quarterling didn't know anything about
that
DSP.
helps. I don't
That's why
know
it was a
if
fair
I
video
would
for
be
DSP.
able to
I did a video on the same subject. Notice how DSP ain't talking to me.
I have to
Yeah, I thought it was
make
funny that
thing
you know, when I saw those articles came out, it was like, oh, DSP says some racist shit, and then they post to like
why are
videos
things in
from
this game
2 years
so
ago or something like that, of you essentially doing like ching chong bing bong, which is, by the way, done by every mainstream media person in the last 10 years. So it's not like you were saying anything in particular, anything crazy offensive or anything like that. Well, I'll start with, so, hey, I'm a YouTuber too. I'm a content creator just like you. What are your plans for post YouTube, or post streaming, or have you even thought of that?
Oh God, Jeremy, why did you open this can of worms? Do I have to hear about the 5 to 10 year plan again? God, Jesus, mother. I'm about to hang myself because I know what he's going to say. I'm going to tell you what he's going to say. He's going to talk about how he's going to try and find a job in 5 to 10 years. I don't know how you figure at 50 you're going to jump back in the job market, Phil. What are you going to do? You better start looking now, homie. Don't go out there when you 50. And then they're like, okay, Phil Burnell, what are your job, what are your experiences? Snort. Well, I ran a semi-successful business. If you ask DSP, his business is successful. I don't know how you have a business that needs this many loans. I'm not even getting into the loan lore. I'm not doing it. Please, God, give me strength not to talk about it. Then Phil will probably talk about at some point how he wants to open a restaurant. You might wonder, why does he want to open a restaurant? Occasionally, DSP makes his famous Italian pasta sauce. It's so famous you never heard of it, and he only makes it for himself. That's usually how, famous pasta sauces start.
I haven't thought of that. So have you given any thought to, like, I mean, I think about it, right?
I cannot access
especially
the
because
door
I don't
there
have a
because,
streaming presence like you do.
Because
I just have YouTube. And I know, like,
need
if you're on YouTube, you have maybe a year or two. If you're not, DSP. Like, most YouTubers have a pretty small window. So have you given any thought to, like, what the fuck am I going to do after all this? Or, how's that thought process go?
Yeah, first of all, when I started, I never wanted to do this for a living at all.
Oh, no, not the fucking... No! No, Phil, don't you dare tell me that damn story again of how you lost your job and YouTube wasn't something you planned on doing, but your job fired you and you could fall back on YouTube, and you did so much at your job. You worked overtime. They put him in the Revolutionary Dude of Excellence program. He worked with helicopters or something. There's one point on one stream, maybe a month or two ago, where he was talking about his helicopter company, worked with Donald Trump all the time. Donald Trump never paid them on time. I'm not gonna look for the clip, dude. DSP has bajillions of hours of trash. It's like, I'm trying to sift through trash to find garbage. Even a raccoon can only do so much trash shifting, dude. Trash sifting. Oh, God, I know he's gonna talk about it. I know it. What else is he gonna say? I can feel it in my bones. It's like I'm getting a premonition of everything Phil's gonna say.
I wanted to do this for a hobby, and then I lost my full-time job. Out of nowhere, I got laid off, blindsided, and I just had this YouTube thing going on the side for like 2.5 years that had...
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, DSP tells this story at least once every 2 weeks in a pre-stream. It's like, I can't tell you Disney songs that I grew up with as a boy, but I could damn near tell you DSP's famous story of how he became a YouTuber damn near verbatim. I can show you the world. In 2010, I lost my job. I was completely blindsided, and I did YouTube as a hobby for 2 years, and I didn't even get paid the first 2 years I did YouTube. No shit, Sherlock. Most people did YouTube for more than 2 years and didn't get paid. There are people doing YouTube right now for more than 2 years ain't getting paid. You are not exemplary for this.
That had kind of blown up and gone viral.
This is back like 2012, 2013.
DSP has never been viral. He had one video that went viral. It was a KO Gaming, and it was Homefront Revolution is the worst game I've ever played. When that video hit like over 1 million, it got really popular and actually started drumming up traffic for DSP. He literally took a vacation, not even a week ago. Within a week, DSP talked about that video again in his retrospective, I think. And he talked about how that video made him thousands of dollars. A video getting 1 million views for me does not get thousands of dollars now. DSP made so much back when ad revenue was good. And the fact he didn't save a dime tells you all you need to know about this man. Forgive me. I could kill myself for knowing this. If only I could retain school information like I retained useless DSP facts.
Era, right?
Actually, even before then, I lost my job in October of 2010.
Okay.
And so we're talking real old school. This was before like you could even monetize gameplay videos on YouTube. They wouldn't even let you put ads on them. And I lost my job. I was like, what am I going to do? And I already had this YouTube channel that had a good following, but it was only for gameplay. And I was like, shit, I can't monetize that. What do I do? So I had a vlogging channel where I was doing stupid crap. I was making food that was terrible food and, you know, just dumb stuff just to have some variety in my...
If you really want to see DSP's old stuff, it's still up on the internet if you care. Wait till you see this revolutionary, interesting content. If you watch DSP's old stuff, the fact he got where he was because nobody else was really doing it. He was at the ground floor, all right? It was like Bitcoin had just dropped, DSP was there, and he got a couple Bitcoins. And then instead of holding on to them and cultivating them, he got rid of them the second there was a shred of value.
I said, maybe I can monetize that. So I did, and because people felt so bad about me losing my job, they actually like went nuts on the ads, and I made like a ton of money in a couple months, which is like one of my first controversies, that I got kicked out of Google AdSense within 2 months because they claimed that I did like invalid click activity when I didn't. It was because my fans were like so supportive of me and felt bad that I lost my job. They were clicking the crap out of my ads. But
bullshit artist. I say again, bullshit artist.
DSP is a fucking liar. The lie detectors determined that was a lie, Phil. Dude, there's video all over the net. People saved it. Like, David Davidson's probably where you'll find this video the easiest. You could probably look up Mr. Huff stuff if you want to, you know, look, because there's literally a decade of trash you got to sift through to find the right piece of garbage you want. DSP actually goes on his camera when he reveals himself, the young piglet. He goes out there and he goes,
I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing. I mean, it's not cheap to do what I'm doing. I bought a lot of games, a lot of equipment, and now I have my own condo, which is basically my studio to do whatever the hell I want. Which is this channel, The King of Hate HD, and basically how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, you know, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
Come on, Phil. Come on. You're bullshitting, bro. See, thank God the Quarterly didn't have me for this. The interview would have ended right there, because I would have called him on this. I'd like, you're bullshitting this video. Dude, this video. Even when R. Kelly got nailed for all his sexual escapades, and they had video. I don't even think they showed the video. But whatever, he did the video. You can't go, that's not me. I didn't do that. It's taken out of context. Come on, bro. The balls Phil has. It's maybe, as Tevin says, Phil puts himself under pignosis and remembers history differently. But I'm only 6 minutes in. Oh, his fans were not rabid enough to click the ads. He had to beg them, by the way. People weren't like going, it wasn't like DSP was the Beatles. DSP's talking right now like he was a K-pop fucking star. All right? DSP remembers himself as such a glowing light. I bet in his mind, Twitter, he used to have DSP stands. People who pretended to be Phil because they loved him so much. Oh my God, Phil lost his job. I have to click every single ad so he makes money. Dude, he even had a PayPal donation link way back in the day. Phil was constantly trying to get that money. And he didn't save it. That's the moral of the story, children. You get any money, save it. Make sure you pay your taxes. In fact, overpay. So that way they leave you the hell alone.
Then in 2011, I got partnered with Machinima, and that's how I was able to start monetizing my gameplay videos. And I was
Rest in
like
peace, by the way,
load.
Machinima.
Yeah.
You outlasted them too. Another person that DSP has outlasted.
Yep, that's a whole other story for another day. I was one of the people who stayed with them the longest after years of people telling me to leave them and abandon them because they saw the warning signs of them being a bad company and falling apart. But I stuck with them almost till the very end until basically they mistreated me, and I was like the last guy. I was like, I've stuck up with you guys all these years. You're gonna treat me bad. I'm out of here.
Okay, the DSP Machinima lore. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to talk about it. Oh my God. Where's Tevin when you need him? DSP stuck with Machinima because they paid him well. All right, he jumped to Machinima. In fact, they overpaid DSP for a hot minute.
They're underpaid me or overpaid me. There was one time Machinima, I'm not even kidding you, this is a funny one. They paid me 3 times more than what they were supposed to pay me 1 month. Then they realized their error, and for 3 months they didn't pay me at all. They fucked up internally, they calculated way too much, and then they decided not to pay me at all. So, thank God when I got that giant sum of money out of nowhere, I questioned them rather than saying, oh, it must have been a good month this month, and went and spent it, and then next thing I know, I have no income for 3 months, right? But they periodically have these issues. There was one time, many years ago, this was like 3-4 years ago, where all of a sudden they just sent me a lump sum of money. I said, what is this? And they said, oh, well, apparently there was a miscalculation on YouTube of your views. We actually owe you thousands of dollars. I was like, sounds good to me.
They overpaid him with his contract for his views. Back then, you used to get paid per view, not per watch minute and bullshit like that. Once again, making bank. You know, if you need any proof, the dude has a condo in Connecticut that cost an arm and a leg. And while having this condo that he was still paying for, DSP goes across country and moves him and his woman into a gated community while also paying an exorbitant price for a place in Connecticut. Who in their right mind would do such a thing unless they were balling that hard? DSP had the mindset of like a rapper. DSP was both yin yang twins. Like, for real. Now, Machinima was overpaying this motherfucker. They realized it because DSP's popularity was waning. They renegotiated his contract like 3 times and paid him less and less and less. DSP stayed in there. People go, DSP, you should leave Machinima and try and get a better contact. Dude, snort, Machinima still pays the best. I've looked into it. Machinima still takes care of me.
People say to me, why are you still with Machinima? Partnered networks are a thing of the past. Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, because I'm with Machinima under a managed partnership, I have a lot of protections from things like Content ID. But, in all honesty, the real reason I'm still with Machinima is because of this right here. Because they deep dive the data, they find out what's going on, and they go to bat for me. They've done it multiple times. When I had false copyright strikes 2 years ago, they were right there. They had a whole meeting with YouTube about it and got it cleared up very quickly. It was supposed to take 2 weeks. They got it cleared up within a few days, right? They take care of me, man. They do, you know, like, I can't complain. They really do a good job of taking care of me, and always, I've been with them for 8 years, and I never, you know, never ever have I really thought about leaving them, because not only do they have this kind of service for me, but they also have the best contract of anyone. I've looked out there for other partnership networks and opportunities. Not one company has ever offered me what Machinima does for me with the contract that I have with them. Why would it be a no-brainer for me to leave Machinima, have Content ID matches up to ass, make less money, and not have anyone to go back to bat for me? Imagine if I wasn't with Machinima right now. Guess what I'd be doing? Packing everything up. Look, pack this microphone up. YouTube's over. It's done. Party's over, everyone. YouTube party. Hashtag YouTube party is over. And fuck.
This guy is Mr. Everyday Average Man. Even with Machinima, they got him Fallout 4 before most people. He got like a review copy. Instead of going to Leanna's brother's wedding, DSP then lies to people and says, oh, the wedding's next week. Doesn't go to said wedding and stays home to play Fallout. The man didn't mind getting perks when it came. So whenever he complains about streamers getting a game early and squealing on Twitch, it's because he's not getting this treatment that he's angry. Frankly, let's be real. Any one of us loves special treatment. For God's sakes, Ridge sent me a wallet. I was happy as a pig in shit. I was like, yes, I don't have to buy it. Oh my God. Oh, I'm doing so well, mama. Girls won't talk to me on the internet. Don't matter. I got a Ridge wallet. So point being, back to Machinima. I'm losing my mind. I apologize. This video is going to be so long. Only like 10 people actually watch it. DSP goes to Machinima. Oh my God. I can't fully remember how it happened. But something went wrong with DSP and Machinima. DSP then demands to talk to a manager. The manager is gone. The guy he used to talk to. So the person he's dealing with was like, listen, we're dealing with your problem, Mr. Brunel. We'll get back to you. DSP decides he isn't happy with the service. So he tries to go over the head of his contact at Machinima and demands better treatment.
Driving it as a priority, okay? So they get a quick little one-off quick answer and that's it. Oh, we got it. Let's send that back to Phil and hopefully that'll appease him. No, if I can't pay my bills, you telling me you don't know what the issue is isn't going to fucking appease me, okay? So I went back to them again and I said, well, this is not acceptable. This is unsatisfactory. I need you to escalate this issue to management. And I literally said, I feel like you've insulted me and therefore I'm going to be honest with you. I want you to escalate this issue to management. I don't care if it's your manager, if it's the CEO of the company, whoever it is, they need to be aware that this is an issue going on with YouTubers and people under your partnership program. And I want you to know that if you feel that this is how you're going to treat me as a partner, I don't want to be with you anymore. And I said that in black and white writing in this message to them. The next day, I got a message from Machinima saying, and it was from the same guy, so again, went against my wishes, we have decided to execute our right to end a partnership with you on all of your channels.
Cats get fancy feast. You get strawberries. You little bitch. Get out of here, bitch.
DSP talking all that good shit. For those who know DSP, he did the same thing with, what was it, Viscount? Viscount was probably the only person in the FGC that could actually fight. So him and Low Tier God started stuff with Viscount and found out this dude could actually drop a motherfucker and all of a sudden back down from a fight. That's a whole different lore. Literally the next day, after telling Machinima to go fuck itself, Machinima contacted DSP and said, we're canceling your contract effective immediately. DSP goes into full panic mode. He makes his stream. Oh, I just got fired from Machinima, guys. I haven't felt this nervous since I lost my job in 2010. And he goes right back into that goddamn spiel about this job that happened 10 years ago. Get over it, man. Jesus Christ.
Back in late 2010. So for those of you who are not longtime viewers, aren't aware of my full history on YouTube or anything like that, or what's happened with me over the years.
Oh my word! Oh, here we fucking go!
I worked at this job for about 5 years, and YouTube was always my hobby. I never even thought about monetizing videos, or back then there was no live streaming like this.
Point being, he starts trying to appeal to people. He's wiggling, he's wobbling, he's nervous. I don't know what to do. I can't monetize my videos because AdSense has a thing against me because it's some stupidity on Google's side that's run by nerds in Silicon Valley. Once again, we loop back to DSP telling people to click ads. That's why his AdSense was locked. Theory is he was using Pandalee's AdSense for this. Whatever, who cares? He got around the BS one way or another. Frankly, you'll find out the more you learn about DSP, he's the architect of his own demise. Much like an attractive girl with big dreams, little talent, and little go-get effort. You know those girls, the ones too lazy to make anything happen and thinks it should be handed to them. DSP's a male thought. Let's go.
But anyway,
yeah, like I know they had an interesting reputation. You know, you're right. They profit off of
Machinima's trash, and DSP stayed with Machinima because they gave him the most money, and that's all DSP cared about.
A lot of creators in the beginning that, I mean, shoot, I've been on YouTube so long that I don't know. You probably remember this too. Remember, you needed like 10,000 subscribers before you could have your own channel banner. Remember, you get you know, like back in the good old days. But then I remember Machinima back then was, everybody wanted. It's the only way you could make money.
Right. You had to be with someone to monetize anything really, or gameplay in particular. Because in 2011, if you weren't with a partnership company, you couldn't make a dime on a gameplay video, and that's what I was known for, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, to get back to your original question, like, I never planned on doing this to make any money. Like, I fell in my lap out of nowhere overnight. I was like, oh crap, this is amazing. I'm making more money now than I ever did at my office job, you know, for 5 years that I was working there.
It wasn't overnight, believe me. DSP held on to this like grim death.
They laid me off, and now I'm making like so much more money. It's crazy. Of course, we all know that bubble didn't last. It burst, and you know, now everything is so bad on YouTube. You know, long term for me,
let that be a lesson to you. DSP was on the ground floor when YouTube was paying people for practically putting trash on YouTube, and he didn't save a dime. See, the bubble burst. DSP is like I said, he's both yin yang twins. He's have money rolling in, and he's just Big Willie style. Big trips with Leanna, 5-star hotels and whatnot. Supposedly flying everyone around to cons and whatever. DSP was living large. Oh, there's this great clip, dude, of like Rambo and Howard. Once again, you don't know who these guys are. They used to be the people who streamed with DSP. They were part of Project 7, probably, arguably, the golden age of DSP. And there's a theory that DSP predicted his own future in Project 7, where he is now basically playing games on stream that he hates and he's bad at for a little bit of money. It's actually quite interesting, really. It's like a Simpsons moment. Anyway, Howard and Rambo did one podcast explain to people why they don't fuck with DSP anymore. And that's because DSP didn't really pay them well, according to them. And according to DSP, he overpaid everybody. The man was Big Daddy Warbucks.
In half, right? I get half of that. But, for instance, like if it's March, and we do videos in March, I will get a percentage of what was made in March. That does not include residuals, like for months coming up. Like, for instance, if those videos make more money in April or June and July, okay? Like, that doesn't include that. So whatever was made in April for that month, that's what I would get. It does not include streams or whatever other money comes in, right?
Yeah.
This went on for a little while. And again, it's not exactly 50% if you throw it out there, but this goes on for a little while. Then he says to me, Machinima isn't sending me reports anymore, so I have no idea the amount of money that we're making on the co-op. I have no way of figuring it out. So I can no longer figure out this percentage that we agreed on. So I basically just go, okay, listen, throw me $100 every time I come down. Okay? And the way I come to this number is because round trip, it's about 2.5 hours of driving. Right? I'm there the entire day, and I have to buy a meal at some point. So give me $100 to kind of cover my expense. You also have to consider, you know, these are days like I'm not going to work because my job, and I'm an independent contractor, so I'm not going to work these days. So if you really do the math, with gas and food and wear and tear in your car, you know, $100 every time you come, you're not exactly profiting there.
Thank you.
And including not going to or working at a job which will actually make you more money than this, you know.
Yep.
So just to flat out say you got 50%, it's far from true. It's far from the truth there. Like I guess it's half truth. It's a half truth. Is that what you would say?
Yeah, it's a half truth.
You know. So when people want to throw other stuff out there, man, like you went to conventions and you paid for things. Again, like you go to conventions, you got to through it. Which is I'm not getting paid for work. And we went to conventions. He's got an injury. He has a back injury. So I would go and I would carry things. I would film things. I did all the driving, as you know, and do whatever I could to help. I was coming as not. It's not just like, hey Phil, take me on this trip, and I'll fuck around and I'll sit by the pool. You know, came as basically to assist him in his business, as he likes to call it.
50, 60 hours a week on getting this shit edited to try to pump it out with these unrealistic timelines. So naturally, what's going to happen is people are just going to get burnt out, which ended up happening. Couple that with the fact, and again, we don't want to talk too much about it, but couple that with the fact with money. You know, these guys are putting all this time and effort into this fucking thing, and what do they get? Gugats. That's what they got. Because when you think about it, right? You would think, oh, because people are, when I say this, people are going to come back and say, well, Phil promoted their channel and that's all they wanted. No. Here's the bottom line, right? You would think, out of the kindness of your heart, you would go ahead, damn, man, these guys are putting all this time and effort in this thing.
It's not even kindness, it's just what's fair is fair.
What's fair is fair. Let me throw them a couple of bones. Whatever the case may be, throw them some money here and there, some percentage of the profits, and this and that. So what ends up happening? John and I are talking about this, and John says, I'm going to talk to him. So what does John say? John goes up to him and says, dude, throw him some money, man. These guys, if you throw them some money, they'll continue. If not, they're going to stop.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because like anytime there is a problem, I always do address it right to his face.
Yeah.
So which is not being said now.
What does he say? He has the audacity to say, "Oh, they didn't." I told them, or I asked them if they wanted money, and they denied it. That's a fucking load of shit.
Okay, so
because I talked to them afterwards about it.
So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming. Maybe 7 hours.
Do you value money more than our friendship?
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, then why am I even here?
Right.
All
right, so let me ask you, did you get anything out of the Project 7?
First of all, we're going to talk about that. I didn't get shit out of Project 7.
So no one got paid. Now here's the thing. I got paid.
John got paid.
I got my percentage.
Yeah.
There was at that time period, there was a point where my car had broken down, and I needed to get. Actually, I got a used car. I bought another car at that time. So I go, Phil, listen, I'm not coming to your house because I can't. I have no car. If you want me to come, throw me my percentage from the Project 7. And I'll use that cash towards a new car. And so I got my money. But there's 3 other people, you guys, that got zero money, okay? And again, it's not millions of dollars here. It's whatever is fair.
But
it's fair. Because as friends, you would expect to be treated with respect. And you did work. You tried hard on this.
But
this is your cut.
Here's the thing.
And since we're a team, as you said, and we all did it together, and it's not one person. It should be fair. It should be divvied up.
To add on to what you were saying,
yes.
Okay? To add on to that. So, what happens, right? We go ahead. We don't get our cut, which is whatever at this point. But we start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact? Is there anything, do you not understand how this burns people when they put all their freaking hard work into this, and you're making all the money and the glory, and none of us ain't making shit?
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
Drag her, slay her, sipping on that true tea, hunty. Gag.
You go into Phil's apartment. It's loaded with expensive $1,000 collectible figures from Sideshow, and he's telling me he's broke. Oh, Phil, I'm gonna have to look for that clip, dude. Fuck me.
I absolutely love having an audience that cares about what I say and do on a daily basis. Like, I never thought in my life I would have anyone who give a shit about what I cared about, anything about a game or anything about any opinion about anything, right?
ESP only has like 3 or 4 whales, dude. Everybody else is just there for God knows what reasons. Most people watch detractor streams. Most people watch Tevin commenting over DSP playing games, and that gets like 1,500 views on average, while Phil fluctuates between 250 and 400 depending on the game. These are dark days.
Right? It's pretty awesome to know that there's hundreds of people, thousands of people on my YouTube channel on a daily basis that want to know what I'm up to, what I'm playing, what's my opinion on a game, what's my opinion on this or that. So I don't want to like ever say that in my life I would quit doing this outright, but it's pretty unrealistic to expect that you could ever do this your whole life. You know, that's insane. This is gonna, just like everything else, it's gonna get fade out, it's gonna become played out, just to be the next new big thing. And even in the 11 years now that I've done this, you know, I went from being a guy who recorded with a camera, not even like live streaming or direct capture. I had an actual camera, a digital camera.
There's money in YouTube, dude. The thing is, you got to do what YouTube approves of. That's the trick now. Before, there was money in YouTube, way more money. And you could do what you wanted. It was literally YouTube. Now it's kind of like corporate tube, where if you're not politically correct and in, you know, the far left leaning, nobody wants to bother with your ass. And now you find out even the gay people catching hell. But then again, you know, I thought all the gay people were just complaining as usual. You know how the LGBTQ is, the alphabet people, as Dave Chappelle says. Everything sets them off. They're getting the same treatment I'm getting. The difference is I'm like, I'm going to work around this. They're like, we're sowing discrimination. I forgot my point.
That I pointed at my TV and was recording videos with a memory card, you know, to do gameplay. And then I went to direct capture to live streaming. Then I...
Oh, no, you did not, Phil. Oh, my God, no. Shit. All right, here's where DSP... This is where DSP gets off lucky. This whole interview, DSP got off lucky. The Courtling knows nothing about this man. And DSP knew that. That's the only reason why he did this interview. DSP will never do an interview of anyone that knows half this shit about him that Tevin knows. And I know a fraction what the fuck Tevin knows. Everybody that's a detractor of DSP used to be a fan. That's scary. When your fan base gets so sick of you, they spend their time proving you're a shithead. You know? The whole thing here with Phil talking about how he evolved. You have to drag DSP into the future kicking and screaming. He did the camera thing for the longest time on YouTube. This is what hurt him the most. All right? At one point, DSP was bigger than PewDiePie. You need to let that sink in. DSP was bigger than PewDiePie. Now, when everybody else, including PewDiePie, moved to direct capture, DSP kept pointing a camera at the damn TV screen. He had the money for direct capture. He didn't want to buy it. He had too much money wrapped up in Chung-Li figures or something. His fan base literally had to beg him to go to direct capture. And then by the time he made the transition, it was already too late. The ship had sailed. Most people that were watching him for his gameplay moved on to better content creators that actually gave enough of a crap to put together something worth viewing. DSP is like one of the laziest content creators you'll ever find. The laziest. He always has been. This motherfucker does the very barest of minimum. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, he's streaming right now with his camera at 480p, dude, which is probably a smart move because Phil is looking rough right now in HD.
Basically gave up on YouTube 2.5 years ago, and I'm mostly a primary live streamer now. I've evolved and changed so much over the last 11 years. Who knows what it's going to be in the next 2-3 years? Will YouTube...
DSP evolves and changes when he can't do the bare minimum anymore. With his very lame videos. Dude, DSP used to spam his channel with 10 minutes clips of videos. And they would be out of order. He would do a playthrough. 1, 2, 25, 10, 4, 3. It was like, what are you doing? The thumbnails. No work. DSP will literally Google a thumbnail. The first thumbnail for a game that pops up, DSP will take it and then Paint Shop Pro a number over it. Jesus, dude. You killed your own career, dude. When that stopped being profitable because YouTube continuously keeps changing because the algorithm sucks and you literally have to be on your toes to keep up with it if you aren't doing what is YouTube approved, DSP just said, fuck it, I'm going back to Twitch. Now, here's the thing. DSP hated Twitch.
Why would I go back to Twitch, where Twitch TV is literally a business model
based off of begging?
I'm not the kind of person that's going to sit here and say, please buy this shirt, please subscribe, please do this, please sub, please thumbs up the video, please see my other channels. Phil, just go back to Twitch, bite the bullet, go back to Twitch TV, and stream there exclusively, and stream like everyone else on Twitch TV, where you do streams that are catered towards your viewing audience, so it's more of an interactive stream between you and your audience than anyone caring about the game that you're playing, and we guarantee you that you'll get subs and you'll get more attention and stuff like that, alright? I have many responses to this, Okay. First of all,
bullshit.
It's all about subscriptions. You gotta subscribe. Get those custom emotes and shit. Subscribe. That's what everyone over there is all about. Their subs. There it is. So the tier 3 is actually the blue, Super Saiyan Blue emo. Okay. Pretty cool. I like them because, if you're a normal sub, you get the regular level. Okay. And if you're a tier 2 sub, you get the God level. If you're a tier 3 sub, you get all of them. You get the God and the blue level. Those are exclusive only to the higher level sub. So finally, you at least get something for being the higher level sub, right? So if you are, every time that there's a new update for partners, I get it. And all the emails I get, they have not invested $1 into their actual business to make it better. They don't have higher quality streams. They don't have much increased server capacity. You know what I mean? All the things why can't people stream at 1080p 60 frames per second on Twitch? Because they don't care about that. They don't care about the quality of the gameplay or even the quality of the stream. Why do you think there's so many titty streamers on Twitch with girls with big ass fucking boobs hanging out and they barely can play a game but they get tons of fucking money on Twitch and Twitch makes out? That's a big demographic for them to make profit because they don't care about the quality. If they did care about the quality, they'd stop telling you, oh, buy a t-shirt. Oh, here's a new kind of chat emote system and exclusive emote thing and this and that has nothing to fucking do with the stream.
He was sick of Twitch. He was quick to say everything that was wrong with Twitch before he decided to go there to save his bacon. Just barely. This video is going to be 1,000 years long.
It'll still be how it is. Will Twitch change? Will Mixer become the next big thing? Who knows what's going to happen? We don't know.
If Mixer becomes the next big thing, Phil will just go over there. How hard is it to create a Mixer profile and then link up your whatever this thing is called, OBS to it, dude? He's acting like it's some big exodus. Streamers are crossing the desert like Moses and the Jews away from Ramsey.
And you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that to be steady income. It just sucks that I've kind of now gotten myself into a shitty situation where I'm stuck doing what I'm doing. But my goal is that within, say, 5 years, I can get myself out of any kind of financial pressures outside of the realm of me having fun on stream and say, okay, I still want to stream.
Dude, really, Phil? You having fun on stream? I challenge anyone watching this to go watch some of DSP streams. If he isn't raging, he's falling asleep. If the stream is dead silent, I've watched enough DSP streams to know, dude, he's not having fun. The man does not look like he's having fun. And the second it's time to clock out, DSP treats that shit like Fred Flintstone. It's like 2 hour stream's over. Yabba dabba do. Break out the gin. Remember, this is the dude who charged people $2,000 to see a cat. At a 2K mark, you might see Jasper on stream. And the most you ever see of Jasper is his tail, 9 times out of 10, if he even shows up. Oh my God, that's a man having fun.
I still want to stream, but I want to have a solid job, a steady job outside of that I can do daytime. And then maybe I come home and stream 2-3 hours a night, a few days a week. And I split my time between them because I know I'm always going to have that following. Like you said, I've got longevity. I've been here 11 years. And I'm always going to have some people who are interested if I stream.
Phil is only here because he didn't stop. Let's be real. A lot of YouTubers reach a certain point and they're just like, things aren't going very well. It's reached its zenith. It's over. Time to pack it up and move on. That's what happens with a lot of YouTubers. They see the changing of the guard and they don't adapt to it and they just leave because they're probably not big enough or something. It's the belly of the beast. Phil's here because he hasn't let go. I mean, for God's sakes, look at how many subscribers he has and how many views his channel gets. It's like Cinnamon Toast Ken. That dude, 1 minute he used to be one of the biggest Minecraft Let's Players out there. Now look at him. He can do a video with PewDiePie and barely get 200 to 400K views on a video with PewDiePie, and he has 3 million subscribers. That's when you just can't let go. It's like a relationship with a girl. She dumps you, hanging outside her window ain't gonna change a damn thing. Unless, you look like Brad Pitt from Legend of the Fall.
And 1 hour a week of people come out to see what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But there's no way I could do this full time. I have to do something different. I know that.
Yeah, so a lot of people ask questions like, people ask me this too, and I know how I would answer it, but they're like, what would you even if you couldn't make money, would you still stream? And it sounds like you answer that basically like, Well, sure, but you know, I've got to pay my bills first.
Right, it'd be way less. I would have obviously have a job that would be my main focus. But I would love to do this like I used to do YouTube, as a 2-hour hobby a night. Right at the moment, I'm able to do a little bit of streaming. The difference now is I actually make money on that 2-hour stream every night. And back then, I was just doing it for a hobby. I wasn't monetizing the videos or anything. It was just like for 2.5 years, I was uploading gameplay videos to YouTube before I ever made a dime doing anything.
I knew he'd bring up not making any money on YouTube for 2 years like it's some sort of amazing, harrowing experience. It's almost as if DSP saved the entire human race. There's so many people who stream and don't make... Forget it.
Yeah, yeah. Was there ever a point, because I'm not like a expert on your career, was there ever a point where you were making any reasonable money on YouTube, or were you always kind of just using that as like kind of a dumping ground for your stream videos?
Oh no, dude.
DSP was making so much bank back in the day, Jeremy. How do you not know that? He has 2 houses.
Oh no, dude. I was a full-time YouTuber from year 2011 to 2017. Early 2017. So you're talking 6 straight years. My 95% of my income was on YouTube ad revenue.
Oh, okay.
It was that big. Like my channel was that popular at one point. And the thing is,
His channel was never that popular. It's just that the pickings were slim back in the day and ad revenue was so monstrously high. Go look at DSP's channels back when he was white hot popular, quotation marks.
Popular at one point. And the thing is, I had a formula that I had figured out that was like the sweet spot for making money with ads on YouTube, that if you had a certain length of your video, a certain amount of ads on each video, that you could like make a good amount of money just doing straight playthroughs. You know, I didn't have to do these long edited videos like people were doing. I could just upload parts of a video game playthrough and I was making really good money doing it.
Yeah.
But then
right there, he just told you he was lazy as fuck. Right there. He just told you the right formula. His formula was uncut raw gameplay that he cut up in chunks to make sure that he got the maximum amount of views and revenue. He was putting out 10-minute video clips like a goddamn conveyor belt of laziness. And he made sure everyone was monetized. He did it on purpose to get the most money. When other people put out like a playthrough for 30 minutes to 2 hours, DSP only gave you 10-minute snippets. He didn't even give you a good description of what he was doing. So there was actually something funny you saw in a playthrough, or I should say playlist, there's no way you'd find it again unless you remembered the exact number. He didn't stop doing this until literally recently, dude. And when I say recently, I mean within the last 2 years. And then when it happened, when he finally stopped like doing these short little snippet videos, he sits there and goes, well, the people have been asking for it for a long time, and here it is, guys. Like he's doing them a favor. No, all those people who wanted you to do that, Phil, are gone now. They left, you asshole. That's like dating a woman and then changing your haircut for her, but she already broke up with you 5 years ago, and you're like talking to an empty dress on a chair. Well, honey, what do you think? You've been asking for this for years, and I've finally done it.
When that adpocalypse happened in early 2017, that all changed. Like overnight, I made 50% less money, and I was like, oh my God, like I can't do this. So that's when I adopted full-time streaming, and that's what I've been doing for the past 2.5 years.
Yeah, that happened to a lot of us too. Even I felt it through
the whole 27. Wasn't there an adpocalypse before that? Because I don't remember making any money in 2017. Ain't that about a bitch? Oh wait, I wasn't popular in 2017. Whoops. No wonder I made nothing. How do you like that shit? Day late, buck short.
No, I used to have a channel where it was just Magic. Sorry, I'm just getting over a cold.
It's cool. I know. If I saw in your video, you were getting over the flu. So
yeah. So I used to do like Magic the Gathering videos and stuff like that, and overnight it cut in half, and YouTube now seems to favor multiple uploads, which you do on your main channel. But gameplay videos just aren't what they used to be. They're just, they're just not. YouTube wants to push their live streams. Let me ask you this. So now that you've been streaming on Twitch, this is one of the hottest questions. Like, whose nudes do you have from Twitch? Like,
what?
Do you have?
Whose nudes does DSP have from Twitch? Really? It's not a good question. Once again, the Quarterling doesn't know DSP, and on top of that, when I was talking to him privately about this, he let me know off the bat, like, I can't ask personal questions and I can't ask financial questions. And I'm sitting there like, if you can't ask that, there's pretty much there's no point in asking DSP anything. That's how I feel. Can't remember if I said it or not. But basically, I was just like, oh, God, no, this is going to be bad if it's that way. Like, DSP already handicapped your interview. Imagine, like, you got to give it to Michael Jackson. You get mad at me for saying this if you want. That whole pedophilia thing was going on. At least Michael had the balls to come into the interview and answer questions, even though he was saying shit he shouldn't have said. You know, like Michael Jackson got more balls than DSP. They're like, Michael, do you feel it's okay to sleep in a bed with children? Why can't you share your bed? The most loving thing you can do is share your bed. And I give the children a bed and I lay on the floor. I sleep on the floor. Here you are, my guest. You have the bed. I sleep on the floor. At least Michael had the balls to just be real. If I was Michael's handler, I would have been like behind the camera doing the like cut off the next side. Like, no, Michael, shut up. We just got out of court, Michael. Mike, please. I feel it's okay if an adult shares a bed with the children. You know, I would let Michael. No, Michael, no. See, he'd still be alive if he hired me. Anyway, Michael Jackson got more balls than DSP. He would at least answer questions right in the middle of the heat when everything is coming down on his head. The king of pop actually took questions. DSP's like, I won't do the interview if you ask me these questions.
Like, who do you have? I won't never ask you to name them, but like, has like where are you? Because where are you at with people from Twitch? Do you think you're on good terms with them?
It's funny you asked that because the honest answer I could give you is I don't think anyone like on Twitch has an issue with me. I just think that they don't want to touch me with the 10-foot pole.
Now, if Jeremy knew anything about DSP, he know DSP is married. And currently, when anything remotely sexual about women come up, DSP immediately goes into, I'm married to the most beautiful woman. I don't need that. Like when he was playing Yakuza Kiwami or whatever, where you're playing the cop, right? DSP, like the stream is like, hey, DSP, you should do a romantic relationship with this girl, see what happens.
We streamed No Games today, 200-bit cheer. That's the top cheer of the night. I said, would you do at least one of the girlfriend missions? Each girl's unique storyline missions that are pretty funny. Don't worry, we won't tell Kat. I have no interest in them. Dude, I'm serious now. I'm going to be very honest, all right? Can I be very honest with everybody here for a minute? I'm 37 years old. I'm a married man. I have no reason to have waifus. I have no reason to do romance missions in video games. I have nice romance in my real life. I don't need simulated fucking romance in my video games, okay? So I have no desire whatsoever to do stupid romance missions in a video game. Not in an RPG, not in a fucking Yakuza game, not in any game. I don't need to do romance missions. It's so ridiculous, you know? Yeah, at one point in my life, it was funny or fun to do that stuff. At this point, I think it's lame. It's cringy. I don't want to do it. It's like not interesting to me at all. Okay. All right.
You need to do
Gives
it,
you the thumb.
DSP.
That's when DSP shows you his thumb and he points somewhere like you're supposed to understand what the fuck that means. He could be pointing at a goddamn pillow for all we know. She probably left by now. Point being, I got a wife. If I need that sort of romantic engagement, she's there. I don't know why people need to have waifus and have relationships in video games or watch porn. I guess it's because these people have a bad relationship and it's a clear sign of yada yada. And I'm just like, DSP is scared to death of his wife. He is scared to death of Cat. Put money on it right now. $100. DSP is scared of Cat. I bet you she watches his stream to make sure he ain't talking to no women. Delbert, I saw you playing a very sexy game today. You didn't talk to Betty Ting Pei and Yakuza Kiwami, did you, while she sharpens a knife? No, dear, I didn't. I swear to God. Please don't hurt me. Point being, of course DSP has nobody's nudes. He doesn't have the balls. Why wouldn't you ask him to name them? It wouldn't be funny without it. DSP, do you have Photoshop nudes of Pokimane? And the answer obviously is yes. I remember someone sent me what they thought were nudes of Pokimane. And I'm like, this can't be real. It can't be real. Pokimane guards her like image like a pit bull at a goddamn chop shop. So I take the fake Pokimane nudes and I send it to Zill. Because Zill text is like, he's really into Pokimane for those who don't know. And he's probably gonna be pissed I said that. I go, Zill, are these nudes real? And he goes, of course they're not real. I've already checked into them, you idiot. So I go, please forgive me for not giving enough of a shit to look up Pokimane naked to know if it's real or not. That's what you're here for.
Funny you asked that because the honest answer I could give you is I don't think anyone like on Twitch has an issue with me. I just think that they don't want to touch me with the 10-foot pole because of the trolls that follow me around.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
But I can give you. I'm not gonna name any names. There's some examples.
Don't
There's been a couple
yeah.
people who like I was cool with them. Sometimes they would come and hang out on my streams. I would come hang out on their streams. And within a year, they basically told me we can't do it anymore. Your trolls are like invading my fucking streams and harass.
I don't even know this is true, dude. I've never seen Phil work with anyone else on stream ever. Ever. The only people I've ever seen him work with were Rambo and Howard, and it was Kekken and I think the black guy who I did a clip of him laughing at DSP's cat reveal. That was it. Whenever someone offers to work with DSP or stream with them, DSP always pulls out. I know he was like a mod for some Street Fighter stream once, and he pissed off the chat, and they got him demodded and kicked. That's about it. So I can't really confirm or deny this one.
Harassing my viewers, and I can't have that.
Yeah.
So not anything against you, Phil, but I'd rather have it that we don't have a relationship because your trolls are toxifying my content. And I was like, fair enough. I can't.
Yeah.
How can I say anything to dispute that? It's not me. It's not that person.
You know how long DSP has had this shitty ass web camera? Look at like the quartering. Look how clear that is. And you look at DSP's video and it looks like something out of, 1998. My God, man.
It's this outside force that follows me around like a hemorrhoid on my ass.
But the headphones he's wearing are $350, by the way. Web camera, HD, less than $80. Nah, I can't get that. Gamer headphones that are like $350, you need those when you're playing on console. But he never plays online competitively, so why the hell would you need some super surround sound? Let it go. Or else this video is going to be 1 billion years long.
It sucks that happens, but no, like I don't have any real close personal relationships with anyone on Twitch simply because of that. Like people are afraid to have that association because they know that they get this spillover of bad stuff onto their own content.
Well, and if you follow like modern day Twitch, my answer to a lot of people who were asking me about that with you, like, wow, how the fuck does Phil stay on Twitch?
DSP stays on Twitch because he's a partner. Come on, Jeremy, you know that. Partners get special treatment. DSP has been banned before. He was indefinitely banned like a year or two ago. It was right after he did the whole I'll slap a kid fiasco that he later says he didn't do, but once again, we got video of it. He insulted someone in chat who said something about him who was also a Twitch streamer with a purple beard. DSP went in on this guy like you wouldn't believe. He went in on him like I would go in on somebody. DSP just let him have it. DSP got indefinitely suspended. DSP got online, cried, complained, did a YouTube stream. I don't know what I'm going to do, guys. And when DSP's nervous? When he's nervous, that back chair shakes like he's in an earthquake. When DSP's fine, it doesn't move. It's a telltale sign of Big Daddy Phil. He'd be great to play poker against because when he was bluffing. And then Twitch knocks it down to a 3-day ban, then a 2-day ban. So, the usual shenanigans.
Post on YouTube, I used to heavily police my comments on my videos. Heavily police them. To the point where people were like, I don't like watching Phil's videos because I can't comment. When I comment, everything seems like it's super policed and commented on there. Or moderated on there.
Yeah.
But I couldn't do it anymore. I was a one-man army. I wasn't going to sit there moderating my stuff.
That's the good thing about DSP. Like, if you want to find out the truth about something DSP said, give it time, he'll tell on himself. As GTG would say, give him enough rope, he hangs himself.
All day. I had a life. I wanted to make more gameplay. I wanted to do other stuff. I couldn't just sit there. So at one point, I just let it go. And what I noticed systematically is over the years, more toxic people came in, more stuff just kept crapping on the videos. To the point where I noticed, everything was still good when it came to my fans. My fans still loved my content and wanted to come see it, but there was this increasing cloud over my head of people following me around saying negative things. And you're right. I think originally, I kind of back in the day when it first started, this negative cloud behind me, I reacted to it the worst possible way. I acknowledged it. I complained about it. I said it's not fair. I whined. I screamed. I made a big tantrum.
Oh, wow,
all these guys are jerks. How could they do this? There was this movement on YouTube called "This Is How You Don't Play" that was created off of me. and my gameplay. And if I had reacted in a different way to it and probably said, "Oh, that's funny. That's a funny montage that people made of me," you know, it probably wouldn't have ever blown up to what it was. But they liked the fact that when they made these videos about me, that I reacted to them. Oh, I got the reaction I wanted out of Phil.
Yeah.
And now.
Well, there you go. Big ups, Evil AJ. You got a shout out, kinda, but not really. And be frankly, Evil AJ deals with DSP so often, it ain't funny. He kicks the living shit out of DSP with Blanca and Street Fighter Turbo. So if you really want to laugh, go watch his stream where Evil AJ beats him up, and then Phil just has a rage fit.
Out of Phil.
Yeah.
And now, when he plays a game, it's more about getting him to get angry or fail at a game so we can make another one of these to get attention for us and just kept feeding itself to become this like organic entity of this.
Here's what actually happened with This Is How You Don't Play. DSP was always dickish, but the difference was back then, there were more people that liked him than disliked him. In fact, DSP was a bigger asshole back in the day than he is now. Probably because he learned his lesson. Point being, when the This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2, I believe, or 3 dropped, and people loved it. It was funny. It was actually something DSP never did. Edited his content. If DSP had a brain in his head, he would have saw, this is doing really well. I better swoop in on this, and snatch it up. Take the idea. You're bigger than him. You could have ran with it, took it like a champ, would have came off good. DSP tried like hell to get the stuff taken down. He even tried to have Machinima help him get stuff taken down. This will be a reoccurring theme with DSP. He does this. He gets upset with a certain group of people, and if he has the power to do something to them, he will. He got Tevin banned from Twitch. He got TXT banned from Twitch, and another person banned from Twitch. And the funny thing, Tevin was banned from Twitch, and he wasn't even streaming DSP. He never streamed DSP on Twitch.
And from RFHC5, he cheered and he brought up something that has to do with someone who's a detractor of mine. Listen, I'm not one to bring them up, give them attention where they don't deserve it. And I'm not going to revel in any kind of disciplinary action that was taken towards someone who's basically made a living off of harassing me constantly for years. So in that regard, I just don't give a shit. But all I can say is this. It seems like Twitch actually is serious about cracking down on their rules. You know what I mean? Like, they actually are serious. When they made those changes earlier this year to their terms of service, they are seriously taking it in stride, and they're really actually enforcing these rules, even for things that people are not doing on their own site. In this particular case, I believe this is someone who constantly, on a daily basis, steals my Twitch stream and rebroadcasts it on their YouTube channel. And the only reason this person gets any kind of attention on the internet is because they constantly steal my content and basically make negative commentary over it constantly. And of course, you're going to have a certain kind of messed up in the head kind of person who likes that kind of content. I personally am not one of them, okay? And I know that you guys watching aren't either, but there are people who like that shit. And so he illegally rebroadcasts my content every day, and basically Twitch finally got wind of it and said, well, we don't want someone like you on our site. You're rebroadcasting one of our partnered streamers' content, and apparently he got banned for it. So
without any light. Brutality. Okay. Well, I wanted. Okay, let's try this one in 2 minutes, bro. See, this is what I'm fucking looking for, bruh. And then he just clicked that side and then automatically everything does happen. I mean I hate it when this thing happens, man. I wanna learn something, but okay, let's see. Okay, let's go up there like add something, add a cylinder. Radius. Okay, let's keep it a bit smaller. It can be 50. Oh, we could take this thing up. God, Control R, I think. Control R. Is it Control R? No, not Control R. Oh, Control R. Flawless victory. And then more Control R. Finish it. Whoa. Control R again. They would drag it. Yeah, it's fine. Brutality. We're tired of those things. My God was to deal with the shit, bro. She's doing something else. Here's a dude on Instagram.
Oh,
Is that so bad? One bullet per enemy. Such a good
Need a drop.
What rank are you? I'm a Mortal 3 still. I was running, but of course. I've been practicing holding angles recently. I still fucking suck at it.
Yeah, I'll take him.
Okay, I'm smoking deep for you.
They orb right here.
Kill the real person. Nothing up C.
Nothing C up.
You can leave me, man.
Do some rotatos, yeah.
One grass.
One jump starting me.
Let's see long. I'm smoking garage door for you.
I TP away and back to
Flashing
you.
for you, garage.
Chamber was outside.
He's in
A.
garage. What hallway?
Hospital was outside A 30 seconds ago.
Where?
Outside A.
See long, see long.
Behind his strip, holding.
Oh, he's just sitting there.
He's holding the
My turn,
same
my turn,
angle.
my turn.
Holding the same angle.
My turn.
You cut me,
He
you cut me.
just doesn't want to move.
Ah,
He's
bro,
gonna
it's not
TP,
your
he's gonna
turn with that
TP.
aim.
Wait, I'm right behind him.
What?
I don't think he was looking at me.
Is Kudo with you in Kaide right now? No, she's
Drop me jet chamber.
He's taking turns getting babysit by both of our parents, so.
I'll smoke A for you again.
We're gonna get him
Watch
soon.
out for something fast there, Sky.
I miss him a lot.
Well, if they go somewhere fast.
Oh yeah, they will for sure.
Is it A?
What up, long A? Droning. Can you break it right now?
Yeah,
I think I'm sure. They cut noise.
I was thinking
No,
about
it sounds like
regressing it.
I smoke deep long
We're
kind of.
getting fake. Pick up C.
They might re-hit. They have Astral.
I will check A. I will check C.
They might re-hit with Skylar.
Nothing on C. Watch out A again.
You have another smoke coming?
Where do they want it? Long?
Can you smoke like bottom long A?
One garage.
You shoot that?
One's in
I'm
garage.
next, I'm next.
Yeah. I'm hiding then.
I'm holding walk up.
One short still.
Sure.
Said one garage,
Short
right?
them on the slate. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, you can pick. Yeah, peek short.
That's in. That's
Yeah,
in.
nothing short, nothing short.
Yeah, I'm holding long now.
I'm going in.
I'm holding short, I'm holding short. Nice, I have no.
Nice comms. That was actually really good comms from the chamber.
I'll keep tripping it, then and then breaking it.
It's not stuck at holding it. No, trust me, I suck at holding ankles. I only had an advantage here because they're running through like a smoke.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's TP away. I'm smoking garage though.
My help, man.
Ah, fuck. What is that window?
Doesn't stay long.
Ran into window.
Window. A short one. You can make it.
Coming here.
Fight when I get that.
One long, one short.
Short. Out short.
Last one was long. Pretty sure he activated the trip.
Can't be left side.
Good job. I'm gonna practice my hopping.
I can buy the off.
No, it's like the same. Or actually, wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, can you draw me it?
Yeah.
I was looking at the Owens
I
money.
wanna be ready to pick on my blind, bro.
Of course.
Yeah, okay. I'm stunning.
Fuck?
Oh no, блять, the game lagged out for me.
Wait, 2 people lagged out.
Wait, I lagged out.
They're droning. Ulting.
I'm blinding.
See? Oh,
Out garage one.
Huh?
Up.
Oh, what the fuck?
The fuck is this
Like,
internet?
wait,
man?
what?
Yeah, no, for
60,
me also.
60 sky, 2 are hit 80.
Droning.
More default.
I have left side. He swung left.
Swung left. Both
One
sides.
default.
At the end,
Default.
Yeah, good job. I lagged out too. That was so weird.
Yeah, Los Angeles or what?
No, it you know like when you get like a cheer detected, like tabs you out.
Yeah, same for me. Are you in Los Angeles?
Pardon?
Are you in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I am.
Same. Okay. So
Okay.
internet,
Do you have Spectrum?
I have no clue, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yo, can I get a budget?
Probably. If both was internet, then probably, yeah. But it happened in deathmatch earlier also on this ship. You could still hear. You can still hear the voices.
Yeah, I could. I was really confused.
Same shit. I'm smoking April.
You want to play? Let's play.
One grass. 2 grass.
Jet smoked across it, so just careful. He could have crossed here.
I'll just go short.
You scaling? Can you break this drone?
I mean, if you're gonna stay posted, I have either.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a flank now. Got some kind of.
Walked up short.
2 outside grass. One more. Silva.
Jet out short.
Spike is at T-spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Last guy
Last one on
in A
his side.
somewhere.
Pretty sure he's like close right on me.
We have
What fuck happened to my in-game sound?
You wanna hold my server for me?
Yeah, I'm holding her back.
The game of patience.
Last round before the switch.
I think he 0824 Sukunov for the 4 months. Someone want to hold my window?
Yeah, I'll hold you.
Okay.
You're picking second mid, yeah?
Yeah, I'm peeking
I'm
K-Bell.
Yeah, I'm blinding off you, yeah.
I'm gonna walk to the right.
Oh, we got the squad here.
Get out of my way.
One there.
Grass.
Two.
One more in the corner. That's
Long C, going up.
it's his split, guys.
Flashing.
2 guys. 2 guys on C. Oh, no.
Oh, he's in cubby. Opping cubby. Good job.
Switching sides.
Probably
best to play as a team.
Actually sad that Omen is not in meta anymore. This agent is actually fun.
I think he did not rise for months.
The fuck
Didn't
you
even
guys
rise,
are
so-
Omen
Bus or what?
Bro, I don't even play Smoke, bro, but it's
Look at that distance.
To make their transition downstairs. No kill advantage as of yet here due to Sandbox playing it passively. Nice little peek there from Envy Taylor to get some serious damage going against Kansan. This is going to be a little tough from the Sonics here, considering they haven't fully worked their way in, but the drones now seeking themselves forward here, providing a lot of intel, and that specific one, the Twitch drone, the capability to take out some utility. Envy Taylor in a great
Honestly speaking, the average of gun is ass so bad.
G'day mates, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I am of course in a very different location. G'day mates. In today's video, we're going to discuss the insane cash cups today. We had Benji and Savage breaking a point record. We had play triple qualifying on EU, NA East, and NA West. We had an EU team winning Middle East, and I want to talk about what's qualifying on EU, NA East, and NA West. We had an EU team win triple qualifying on EU, NA East, and NA West. We had an EU team winning Middle East, and I want to talk about what's going on with FNCS. Why is it a little over a week away, and we have no idea what the prize pool is, what the scoring format is, and how you qualify? And what does this mean? Does this mean we're going to get another huge tournament? Is the prize pool going to be insane, and they're waiting to announce it? What evidence do we have? So, there's a lot to talk about. Let's just jump into it. Just quickly, before we jump into today's video, I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to today's sponsor, Skillshare. They're an online learning platform with thousands of courses taught in so many different subjects by real experts in their field. So if you're looking to pick up a new passion, they have courses at the beginner level all the way up to expert if you're trying to increase your already existing skills. So there's no better time and no reason not to pursue that passion you've always been thinking about. You want to get into YouTube, they have videos on how to make new videos, how to edit, how to make thumbnails, how to brand your YouTube channel. If you want to pick up crazy skills like calligraphy, or you want to get into sewing, they have so many different better premium access Savage setting now. We obviously have to start off talking about Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage setting a point record on EU in Opens, getting 249 points in 8 matches. They got 4 wins, and look at this match history. 39 Elim win, 10 Elim win, 0 Elim 48th, and a 3 Elim 15th, but then a 6 Elim 5th, 10 Elim 4th, and then finishing off the tournament in high elo, by the way. These were the highest skill-based matchmaking lobbies, getting a 20 Elim win, finishing this game with 5 minutes until queues closed, and then getting a game 5 seconds before the tournament ends to get another 19 Elim win. And I found this one extra interesting, and I really wanted to talk about it because I made a video about maybe a little over a week ago talking about how funny it was that I found that people were saying that Benji and Savage should split up because they didn't qualify for finals, I think 2 weeks in a row, and one of them, Benji Fishy, was sick. So it just goes to show that we need to just not jump on this hate bandwagon. As soon as a well-known team, a good team, starts placing a little bit poorly for a little bit, don't instantly jump on the washed bandwagon. Less than 2 weeks later, they came 3rd in the last set lobbies they placed in, and then broke a point record. Not only that, they did it while both streaming. It was awesome. I think combined they had like 50,000 viewers at the very end. It was super exciting. It was really funny. I enjoyed watching it almost more than I've enjoyed watching any Fortnite in a while. It was sick to see, and they've been grinding. They deserved it. They played really, really well. I'm excited to see how they go in finals, because a lot of these teams that are doing really well in Opens tend to kind of fall out in the finals when they came top 3 last time. So I'm excited to see if with that momentum they can back it up with a win in a couple of days time, but we'll have to see. We also had Mustache and Malibuka coming in second on 109 98 points, which is over 50 points behind Benji, Fishy, and Savage, to show how insanely dominant they were. Then we had Hen and Queasy in third, Rifty, I believe is, and Flodax in fourth, Janice and Noah Riley in fifth, Nana and KS1 Light, I'm sorry. Artist team, we had Kami and Teacup there, Ristretto, and then Marco. It was pretty good. The finals are looking super stacked for EU. There was quite an insane performance across the board, but one I wanted to shout out in particular. We had Player Fight today playing with Peterbot and NA East drop a 30 bomb in their final game to clutch up the qualification. I'll show you the last minute, the last bit of that gameplay. I know some of you are going to make some SMG memes in the comments, but I got to show you how they got a 30 bomb in their last game to qualify on EU from NA East.
Dead. Don't hide. Dude, don't hide. Wait, you killed him?
Yeah, kid low ground.
Don't hide.
Why did I don't understand with
Dead.
Don't hide.
Why did that
Yeah. Dead.
Check this out. Check.
Dead.
Was there a person there?
Don't hide. Dude, don't hide. Wait, you killed him?
Yeah, kid low ground.
Good.
One HP low ground, dead.
Dead, I'm dead.
Oh, GG's.
2v1. Wait, bro. I had the Christmas 1 HP. There was 2 cranking up on me. It'd be 28.
Nothing reloaded, bro.
Nice. You got this, bro. No, it's not worth it. Just on the right. Yeah, look on the right hand peak, right hand. Right there. What I say, nice.
Oh my god!
Tough, bro.
I don't think that's enough.
Not only did they clutch up a 30 bomb to qualify on EU from NA East, PlayerFi also managed to triple qualify today. He qualified on EU with Peterbot and then on NA East and NA West with Oliver OG. So PlayerFi is playing phenomenal, and NA from NA East.
I don't think that's enough.
Not only did they...
Oh my god!
Tough, bro.
I don't think that's enough.
Not only did they clutch up a 30 bomb to qualify on EU from NA East, PlayerFi also managed to triple qualify today. He qualified on EU with Peterbot and then on NA East and NA West with Oliver OG. So PlayerFi is playing phenomenal. I know a lot of you guys in the comments are going to just say, oh, controller SMG, try and take it away from him. But it's a topic we'll talk about later in the video when we talk about NA West and why so many big pros aren't qualifying right now. But you got to give PlayerFi his moment. He was playing insane today. That is like a 12-hour grind. I think it's 13 hours from when the Cash Cup start to when they finish, and he streamed the entire thing and triple qualled. So big shout out to PlayerFi. Before I get into talking about NA East and NA West, I want to talk about what is going on with FNCS. You might be realizing, wait a second, we're like pretty much over halfway through the season. FNCS starts in less than a week, and we know next to nothing. I haven't just not made a video on it, there's just no information. We had a tweet from Epic Games on the 13th of January that told us the dates. We now know that FNCS is kicking off on the 17th. Both the qualifiers are going to run back-to-back in the first week across 4 days. The semifinals are the weekend after, and the finals are the weekend after that. So a month from now, FNCS will be over, and we don't even know what the prize pool is, the qualifying format, or the scoring format. And that has a lot of people very rightfully scared. Again, I've already given my opinion on the condensed FNCS. I don't like it only being 3 weeks. I don't know why we have 4 days of qualifiers, and that is it for FNCS. We have a 100-day season. We could have had FNCS starting now. A week ago, there was plenty of time to get the competitive meta going, to get everything solidified, and then jump into it. So it makes me think potentially there's something even bigger going on. Maybe it's a huge prize pool announcement. Maybe there's something else they're looking to announce with FNCS, like it's the qualifier for like a skirmish that's the start of next season. Like, I've got to think there's something else going on. Maybe it's a major Fortnite gameplay update and they had to make FNCS short so it didn't collide with it. Like the week after FNCS, we get like half the map explodes, or we get like a Marvel level update. I don't know. There has to be something going on for the reason why we have FNCS in or almost a week, and we know next to nothing. Again, let me know in the comments down below. What are your theories? Do you think it's just Epic, you know, just not communicating? Do you think there's something else exciting going on? Have I missed something? Because again, Epic has gotten a lot better with their communication recently, and we've got the tweets letting us know the dates. We got blog posts hyping up when FNCS was coming. They told us it was going to be in February, like months ago. Why are they telling us when it's going to be months ago, but then we don't know the prize pool a week out? Like, again, I know, knowing my luck, I'm sure I'm going to post this video and tomorrow they're going to announce everything. The prize pool, it's going to be crazy. I'm going to make another video on it, but I wanted to take this part of the video to explain to you guys who keep seeming to be asking me on my Twitch chat and in the comments what's going on with FNCS. I'm not just not covering in a video, we just haven't been given any information for almost a month now. I know I don't talk too much about Middle East in my videos. I apologize. I can't follow every single region. I just don't have the times with language barriers, and I just don't know enough pros, but I did notice today that Floki and Clement managed to come first place.
In Middle East.
On Middle East. We've seen some pretty crazy recent placements of teams and players like Seti from EU winning a game on NA West and finishing top 5 in finals, but I thought a team from a different region winning the qualifiers in another region, so Floki and Clement from EU winning Middle East, definitely deserved at least a shout out, so props to them. That is pretty insane. I don't know what kind of ping EU gets the Middle East, but I know it's at least around 100 surely. NA East was a completely different story to EU. We pretty much had a whole bunch of new teams absolutely popping off, which was awesome to see. Jays and Nut, their first time as far as I can see playing together, getting 199 points.
Rogan and users called and sent Peter Boren, Nani, Tai and Iggy. And Threads. Macwood and Bank. Econ in Canada. Diego admin. Whoa, wait, what? So, it's the name of a person, admin. It's in deal with you, man.
Nut was obviously an absolute demon during Trio FNCS, and I really haven't heard anything of so far this season. Was playing with Slacks and has now started playing with Jays, and 199 points, 7 matches, 3 wins was a really, really good kickoff performance for them. So we'll see how they go in the set lobbies. We had a couple of old and familiar faces, Rokane and Users coming in second, Cold and Centered finding themselves back on the top of the leaderboard again. But then we had one of our new teams, Peterbot and Nani, a completely new team in 4th, Tahi Edgy in 5th, we had Quanti and Byla in 6th. Again, Byla just seems to be performing really, really well right now. Booga and Threats in 7th, and now don't panic. I know what you're thinking. Wait, Booga and Threats, what happened with Miro? It's just because Booga's been invited to the Twitch Streamer Bowl, so he wasn't able to actually play in the finals, so he ended up playing with Threats, and Miro ended up playing with Avery because Muzz is also invited to the Streamer Bowl finals. So a lot of those teams, you might be confused why they playing together, what happened, why is Muzz not playing with Avery? It's just because the Streamer Bowl is on at the same time as the finals. We had Death and Bank in 8th, we had Flo and Nos in 9th, and then we had Macwood and Pump in 10th. Again, a brand new team. So really exciting to see the top of the NA East leaderboards. There was quite a few really good teams down the board. You're probably asking what's happening with Day and Clicks. Did they set the point record like they were going for? They didn't. They keyed out all their games because, again, if they qualified, they wouldn't be able to play the finals. They didn't. They probably asking what's happening with Day and top of the NA East leaderboards. There was quite a few really good
Edigen ear eoms Ogras Creo.
good teams down the board. You're probably asking what's happening with Day and Clicks. Did they set the point record like they were going for? They didn't. They keyed out all their games because, again, if they qualified, they wouldn't be able to play the finals. A lot of people I heard in Twitch chats getting upset that players like Booga were still playing in the finals and qualifying, despite the fact they're not going to play. They're going to go to the Streamer Bowl instead. I mean, I don't really know where you guys stand. It's a tournament. They still tried their best. They still played really, really well. I mean, if Epic was on top of things, they could maybe roll the spots down, would make a lot of sense, but I guess it's a tournament. They want to play in it either way. So I don't know what your take is on it. I'm not super upset. I'm not going to get the pitchfork out and say Booga shouldn't play the tournament. Maybe he wants to play the Cash Cup over Twitch Streamer Bowl. Who knows? NA West has been a bit of an interesting one so far this season. We've seen a lot of the big names and big players not qualifying pretty consistently. Reed hasn't really been up there with Rex. Arkram and Epic Whale have only qualified 1 week now, but the week they did, they won, showing they're still going to be the set lobby goats, and I'm sure when FNCS comes around, they will be fine. We haven't really seen Fabs and Snacky up there consistently too much. Wavy Jacob did qualify this week. It's just we've been missing those big
Queen and Wave. Olive OG. Wavy Jacob. Riversen. It's down bad, bro.
Big names, and Reed actually took to social media to vent his frustration and use this as an example of, you know, the meta right now not being that good, or the season not being that good. And I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that. What do you think about that? Let me know in the comments down below. Do you think these pro players aren't performing because of the meta, or do you, I mean, I genuinely think that they're just, a lot of them aren't that motivated to grind right now. Reed hasn't been playing the game that much. Epic Whale and Arkram have been playing the tournaments, but they just seem frustrated and mentally not there while playing, which I guess you can blame on the season as well. I think it's also a factor of duos. In trios and the bigger game modes, the top teams are always going to be more consistent if they get their drop uncontested. There's just less RNG when there's more players. That's why squads, a lot of pros' favorite game modes, because if you're a really good squad, you have an uncontested drop spot, there's not much that could really go wrong to hurt your consistency. You know, one fall damage death or getting headshot sniped or one bad rotate really isn't going to throw everything away. We're in duos, if you're not feeling it, you're not motivated, again, maybe again you die to an SMG beam through your walls, or you die to spray. I get it. If you're already frustrated, you give up and you stop playing properly. So I don't know if we can use this as a full example that the meta sucks right now, because you're still seeing really good teams perform consistently, like Benji and Savage in the last couple weeks. You've seen a lot of the same teams and names do really well in EU and NA East back to back consistently. I know a lot of people are going to point at that and be like, oh, it's because they're just abusing the terrible meta. They're using Spider-Man, they're using SMG, they're not actually good at the game. I would still argue those pros are adapting better. You can't try to take it away from them or hate on them just because they're playing the game the way it's meant to be played right now. But I fully understand why pros like Reed, who have obviously been insanely good at a piece control shotgun meta, are quite frustrated adapting to the new one. I thought I'd mention it because the NA West leaderboard is missing a lot of the big faces and big names. I still think there's a lot up there. Again, a lot of them are NA East. I'm just glancing the leaderboard now. I'm seeing Cease and Elite. I'm seeing Jamper up there, Duke, again, Oliver OG and Playify. Did see Wavy Jacob up. I'm seeing
on. You? So fucking smelly.
Jamper up there, Duke, again, Oliver OG and Playify. Did see Wavy Jacob up there, and Kinzo and Caesar have been playing really consistently. Glace is up there, Quinn. You know, there's a lot of big names in the leaderboard. I'm just...
Wavy Jacob.
glancing at it, but I did want to put Reed's tweet in here because it was getting a lot of attention. I saw a lot of people in the comments discussing, going backwards and forwards, the meta sucks, no, the pros need to adapt, and I wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on it. Alright guys, that does it for another video. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please chuck a like on it, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and I'll see you in the next one. G'day, mates.
That is the
Welcome back.
problem with Fortnite. They always change their stuff. Oh. There's 2. Not a bunch of them.
Yo, what's up, boys? This is me, Sam, actually getting a 44 kill win in the Hype Night Cup. If you guys do enjoy this video, please leave a like and also subscribe. Yo, what's up, boys? This is me and Savage getting first place in the duo catch-up opens and breaking the world record for the amount of points in opens. We played insane and managed to get 2 20 bombs in high-elo lobbies. If you guys do enjoy this video, please leave a like and also subscribe. As always, my code BenjiFish in the item shop. Next time we're doing a video. One left.
To the left. There's nothing.
Cracked, box. Play white. But Vino. Ha! Oh, me. Play white. But Vino. Ha! Cracked, box. Play white. But Vino. Ha! Oh, me. Cracked. Box. Wait, play white. Got it.
Almost.
Cracked. One's low. I feel. I don't. Yeah. I want like 20 white. I want cracked. Loading.
50.
Get behind. 20 white. But I'm going behind them.
Dead.
Nice. Other kid's at 60.
He's on my wall.
Coming.
Actually, he's going up. He's going up.
Going up as well. Cranking. Just full cranking. Block him off.
I got 4 in this box.
Yep. Got it. 100. Go down.
20 whites. Got a wall.
Good. Nice. Shit. Come on, big. Break him out.
Choking out. Yeah.
Oh, in a tree, I think.
In the low ground. 20.
Oh, we're still cranking. I need to pop.
You're going after the gun, I think.
Yeah.
I don't.
No. Wait for white. He isn't healed.
I'm reloading them here. So he has 20 blue. I'm getting one behind him.
Dead. I'll get 20.
Go up behind him.
Nice. Okay, can you see up east? Coast east.
Yeah, I see him. 20. I'm getting full spread. I need to heal.
Yeah, it's fine. One's only one there above me. Yeah. Well, I can go up. I have 200.
No, I'm going up as
I
well.
have height.
I'll drop you some mats.
Yeah, I have 100. Thanks. Yeah.
Push. I'm at the door. I'm going behind them.
Taking them up.
I wall that. Come around.
Fine.
On the wall.
Yeah. 2 on it, right?
One's in my box.
Okay. I'm 120. 1 HP. Dead. I'm 1 HP.
70.
Cracked. 70.
That's triple.
Yeah. Nice.
He's getting shot at. He's a solo. That's a solo.
Yeah.
Just landing in the boat.
Yeah. 70 crack.
90.
Play white. Nice. Kids got rebid, like north or something.
We probably just pushed the other team
then. Oh, kids over here, yeah. 20 white. Play white. Alright, nice. I'm healing.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna edit. Oh, nice.
It's only one.
Yeah, it's only one. Crack, 20 white. 50 white. Yeah, just chase him. You can go on him. Oh, he's getting into
yeah, fuck, that's even nice.
I broke two wheels. Oh!
I'll chase him then, I guess.
Yeah. I hear another kid spy money. I see him, he's spy money away. I broke his web right here. Can you spy on him?
Yeah.
He's got spy. If we can, then we both have spy on. 20, 40, cracked. 20 white.
Yes.
I'm knocking him out. 3, 2, 1. He's hit 30 white.
Yep.
Probably in the cans.
Yeah, the cons, yeah.
No, wait, no in the cans,
Yeah.
No, there's just nobody. Oh yeah, in that one. Oh. 100.
Dead. What the?
Okay, in as well.
Go
91. Cracked. 20 white. Dead. Okay, white.
I'm low.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna heal.
Yeah, I'm getting finished. Cool. I appreciate I've kid went up.
20.
Nice.
Oh.
No, I didn't get that. I'm on my floor. On my ball. Got it.
Get in. What the fuck?
Went up. No way.
50.
Nice. Looking full.
I got corners box.
20 white. I'm no ammo in anything, bro. Oh my god, no. Wait, I no ammo. Oh my. They dropped.
Pushing this guy.
The thing I dropped again. Go, yes. Yeah. One trying to count you, I think. You're getting shot. You got shot down. Okay, got cracked.
Go.
Yeah. 100. Dead.
Guild ananas.
Tomato HD, bro. Dead.
Guild ananas.
Tomato HD. 100. Dead.
Guild ananas.
Tomato HD, bro.
Why would you see?
HD. 100. Dead.
Guild ananas.
Tomato HD, bro.
Why would you see? Guild ananas.
Yeah. Okay, got cracked.
Go.
Yeah. 100. Dead.
Guild ananas.
Tomato HD, bro.
Why would you see?
Got it.
Got one.
Wait, it's nice.
You down.
Got it. You dropped down.
Yeah, bush one.
Go behind them. Nice.
Yeah, trying to bush him. I'm good.
Cracked. Go behind you. Oh, he's white.
Yeah, I'm coming behind him.
50 white, 50 white. Nice. Head here.
I didn't get anything.
They're on me.
Putting around him.
Box one. 60.
Got one. Right.
Got it.
Not good.
150. 180, 181.
That's him. Oh,
I need to reload. Oh, okay, I attacked a bit. I hit on 180.
I killed one.
Nice shit.
I don't know.
Okay.
Keep going to fight me now.
Will you?
Let's do it. Keep going back up.
Yeah.
91.
Nice.
You fight that. They have so many boxes though.
Yeah.
You fight it.
20.
Hold me.
100, 130. I missed.
Anyone?
Dead.
Nice.
Okay, they hit 90s above, I think.
Yeah, he's above.
Cracked, 1 HP. 1 HP. Push you in. Can't see shit. Yeah, what is this?
Swing on it. Oh, I can't fuck that bit.
I'm up. I'm fine. 90, full box. Dead. Okay, on me.
90. 20 white.
20 white.
That's white.
Oh my god, what? Yeah, why are these kids carrying a gas gun? Yeah, they have it. Nice, yeah.
I'm dynamo.
Go on them.
Go double it.
With you?
No, I haven't.
Go on, yeah.
Go just see dynamos.
20 white, dead.
Nice.
Being finished. I'm a pop big.
Two fighting. Come up, we can kill some maybe.
Reloading.
20.
Oh, what's his on us?
Oh.
What?
Jump front 7, go ahead. I'm running here.
Kid flank. 40.
20.
Cracked. 40 white, 40 white on the red skin.
Good guy above.
Yeah.
That guy's low, I think.
28.
40.
Take attack on the dynamo. 50.
Yeah. Stopping me.
Dead.
You know what? Down there.
I'm going on him. I'm gonna get that kill. Wait, those kids aren't white. I think they got him. Going up.
He's Spider-Man. 80. You right below us here. 100.
Yep.
I'm gonna get building up on the side. I'm gonna go towards this guy.
60. I can spare for you. When he comes out. Swing. 20. Cracked. 50 white. 50 white on one.
I'm going on.
60 white. There's two. It's a duo.
Okay.
Dead. Killed on.
Nice.
I'm staying front side.
Yeah. I'm going this. These guys are going here. Look with me.
Yeah. Swing.
Dead.
Nice.
There's
this guy trying to get. I'm turning. I got height.
Dead.
Nice. I'm staying on height.
Yep.
I'm going on this kid's door.
I'm going a different way. Come back up a bit.
Dead.
There's a duo under you.
Yeah. I'm going to hit him with.
Spider-Man. 100. Okay.
You're hitting with below me.
Reloading. These guys are lower.
This kid is tanking zone.
Dead.
Nice. Dead.
I'm getting on the teammate.
Okay.
Dead.
Nice. Get below me.
Getting out. 20.
Box. Dead.
Nice. Duo, I think.
Definitely again. Nice.
Dead.
Oh.
He's just jumped on him there. I'm getting tagged.
Oh, Spider-Man. 20.
Sweet. Nice.
Got me.
What the?
Nice.
What was he? Oh, he was bugged.
Good shot.
Yeah, we got 40.
We could edit this for. They're trying to go for it. They stage.
They're pushing.
Yeah, 100. Holding.
I'm just getting out there.
Yeah, you're good. I hit him 100. They're in. 90 white. Dead.
In the box.
Yeah, got him. Oh, just hold.
You can
Good finish.
80
right. You come towards me.
6 on him?
Yeah, just hold it. Oh, I'm getting straight for everything. Jab armored.
No, I don't.
I'm just getting shot for everything, bro.
I can kill this guy.
Okay. I need to. You're on your own, bro. Nice. I'm still just getting full spray for everything.
I had so many splashes.
Okay. This guy.
I'll just spend.
This guy splashes as well. Okay, I'm fine. Oh, I'm stuck.
Go. Just wait a bit and then.
Yeah.
We'll go left and go on this one.
I'm stuck my glide. I need to dive down. Couldn't you? I'm on D. We can go far left. You can follow me. Break free.
I'm 150 HP.
Yeah, fine. Oh, go, yeah. Follow me. Okay, go under. Down left. Again. I'm good here. Okay, cut off all. We're in, but I'm going out here.
Go left.
Yeah.
A lot of people might go.
Yeah, I think I can land there. Yeah, I'm with you. Perfect. Look up behind.
Yeah. I'm gonna pad now. Go.
Yeah, with you.
Actually, I need to go out here.
Yeah, that's fine. Following.
Careful right.
Yeah. Oh, I'm low.
Running. Go.
Oh, I need to play solo. I'll get you.
Yeah.
I too.
I'm trying to pick you.
Coming to you. With you. I need to there.
Yeah. We're gonna drop down to the left.
Yeah.
Actually, careful behind you. When you go. I'm dropping now.
Yeah.
Go, taking.
Yeah. I have no more hearts.
Yeah, same. Need to look for your push.
Oh, buff. Careful. Oh, splashing. Maybe chilly.
You okay?
Okay.
You just got across. Look.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Got it. Go back. Oh. Buff.
I'm good.
Yeah, same. Jump down. Yeah. With you?
Yes.
Yeah, probably mini. Oh, wait, so I still frame your wood.
Yeah, come down. I have 150.
Okay, let me split you. I'm splitting you behind you. Play look under. It's good. We can look left. We can look left when we get in the open. Try to get some kills. Stay ahead there.
With you. Kill now, Ballas.
Oh, Bob, yeah.
Drop on 3, 2, 1, go.
Leave it.
Leave it.
Behind us. Look on.
Yeah, we need to close it off more.
Yeah, okay. I've only 5 builds.
Okay.
Get down.
Yeah, can you rush him?
Okay, only left.
Okay.
He went up.
Behind us.
I have 3 builds. Please go.
Yeah.
Follow old builds, yeah. That's good.
More free?
Yeah, follow.
Okay. Go plug on now?
Yeah. Get in. I'm in.
Behind him.
That's fine. Play white. Nice white. Dead.
Put it white on the other guy.
Yeah.
Go.
Nice shit. Get mass.
Yeah.
I have some.
Okay, I got 7.
Yeah, nice. I need pump me. Take.
Get in. I'm gonna get the spare mats here, right?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Play. Wait, go up. I'll follow you.
Yeah. Go. Look on the right side, there's a guy.
Yeah, it's good.
Though.
Yeah.
We can try and kill this guy. I don't know if it's a solo or not.
Look behind. Taking above.
We should drop.
Drop. Yeah. Yeah, we stay ahead of him. Ready?
Okay,
Yeah. Oh, I was going to.
Dam med dem. Careful.
Okay, yeah, go up.
Thanks, Tom. Come
Yeah.
on.
Maybe win in front. Do you want to get into this?
Wait, I need to reload. 3, 2, 1, go.
20, 70. I'm not in. Yeah, I'm reloading. I've got no mats. Full zero mats.
Okay, I got 10 builds. Go.
Show me maybe.
Okay.
Maybe drop.
Okay. Go on. Go down to the right there.
Yeah. Good. Look on the far right. Go full.
You can straight down. Funny.
Oh, go ahead. Come here. You got him out. It's not there.
Keep going. Looking behind.
Breaking free.
Come to you.
Keep looking for it. I have two builds.
I'm dropping armor.
I've just got 2 builds. Yeah.
Just there. I can chill this again. Come.
We could drop, maybe just, wait, hey, look, they've got no mass, I think. Drop. 40, nice. Cracked. 20 white, dead, get max. Oh, I've got, come.
Yeah, people are gonna drop, I think.
Yeah, they are, yeah. Oh, come here, we've got all the way low ground. We've got all the way low ground, come.
Yeah, come.
I've got 3 builds. Oh, they have that.
3, 2, 1.
Leave it.
Okay. Yeah, let's just chill. Good placement there. I have 2 builds.
I have one build.
Can you drop me some metal?
Yeah, 5. I can break through my kids. Quick. No.
I'm getting this wall. Come to me.
Okay. With you.
Getting this wall here.
Leave it.
Just chill under it.
Okay, the kid's gonna drop right here, I think. There's mass, I've got mass. I'm siphon.
I got 3 builds. I got 7 builds.
Thanks, then.
Copy.
Way behind them.
Never mind. I need a big if you have.
No.
For splash.
No, I have nothing. Any minis. Oh, don't. Nice shit. I need pop minis. Take mass.
Oh, look on.
Yeah.
We need to go.
Okay.
Come.
Yeah, funny.
You trying to harp in this guy down, maybe? They're above us.
We'd fight him.
Is he doing right? We need to find Logan.
Okay.
I'm dropping.
No mats.
Crack.
Okay. Oh,
I cracked one. The guy in zone. At the boat. The guy dropped one. Wait for top 2. The guy Logan is cracked. Nice. They're both cracked, I think.
Let's go!
Nice,
Let's go, baby!
Good
Get him, cow! Let's go!
Good shit!
Let's go, baby! Fine, balcony below. Got balcony below.
I'm coming up to you.
No, I didn't get the gun. It didn't spawn. I've got MK.
Nice. Oh, the guy's healing on top.
Yeah.
We need to run out one. We need to run out and walk one.
Oh, right. I didn't know you're going up one.
It's fine. It's still there.
Yeah, I've got it.
We're below.
Yeah, we're fine. We'll get.
I'm landing on the left side.
You're gonna be on your own for a sec. You're gonna be on for quite a little bit. Just you need to watch your walls. You've got one or someone behind you. Yeah.
I'm fine. I went up.
Behind you. I'm gonna splash. I'm looking for Surge.
Follow me.
Coming. Yeah. Yeah, block up behind.
You're clueless.
Yeah. Leave it. Yeah. Yeah. Straight. Oh, nice. Can you get it? Work for it?
I feel like I wanna sleep though. Game development is hard. Yeah. NFT have no future. Yeah, NFTs are dumb, bro. So freaking dumb.
Game dev is hard. Really, I mean it. All the things you have to learn, the sheer amount of work needed to create a game, the art, the sounds, the mechanics, and now the huge competition make it, in my opinion, one of the hardest things to undertake. In my previous video, go watch it if you didn't already, I talked about how it has never been easier to do game dev, and in this one, I'll show you the other side of the coin. Before that, a quick word from our sponsor, Core. Core is a new game creation platform where anyone can create, share, and play PC games, single and multiplayer. It's completely free. You can simply download Core to start creating your own game with no coding skills required. Core comes with thousands of free music, sound, and art assets, and a built-in multiplayer technology, all powered by Unreal Engine with high-quality AAA graphics. Core has everything you need to create games from scratch, like writing your game logic in Lua, making your own scripts, and 3D models. You can create 3D single or multiplayer games faster than ever before. Look at these amazing games made in less than 30 days, and these beautiful words created for a Deadmau5 music video in just 10 days. You can also make money with your games through the Core Perks program, which offers a 50% revenue shares for creators. Some Core creators have been able to pay their bills, buy their dream cars, and quit their day jobs with the help of the Perks program. Right now, Core is sponsoring the Global Game Jam Diversifier Challenge called Core Exercise. Make your game using Core to win part of a $10,000 prize pool. This year's theme is Duality. Use Core to create an amazing game that fits the theme and submit your entry by January 30th. Use the links in the description to learn more about the event and download Core for free. When you start game development or when you play games, you often come up with what you think are super cool ideas that would make the game amazing. We often see beginners starting game dev wanting to create huge open worlds, MMOs with procedural content, unique NPC with advanced AI, and blah blah blah. While it's super cool to dream big, the gap between idea and execution can be huge. It's easy to have what seems like cool ideas, but when it's time to build them, is where things fall off. When you have an idea, you don't necessarily think about all the details, the pitfalls, the pain points. The brain is good at making things look easy, when in reality, they're not. When you think about a cool idea for a game, you often forget all that needs to exist around that idea to make it viable. If you think of a cool mechanic, you probably didn't think of art, sounds, or even just distribution. We see a lot of games with cool ideas that have simply not been exploited correctly, or not shown in a way that makes players want to play. With time and experience, game dev can learn ways to assess if an idea is feasible or not, but it will come after many fail. I myself am guilty of thinking that something will be easy because I brush off the difficulties when imagining the idea, and I only see the end result. Bringing an idea to life is harder than we think. I believe that's why we often get the impression that AAA studios are not innovating that much, because they much prefer building on the ideas and foundations that they created over the years and make them more realistic or beautiful. It's very risky to bring new ideas to the public. The other thing that can be confusing when you start game dev is that it might seem easy, but behind the ease of use of the new tools lies a huge complexity. Behind simple ideas often lies a hidden complexity. Of course, some of the complexity of making games is simplified by the engines. As we saw in the previous video, they allow us to not care too much about the different kinds of GPUs gamers use, or what controller they have, for example. But as you progress in game dev, and as your ideas get more complex, you face quirks and limitations of your engine. Not only that, but you also face the fact that making games is not just about coding a 2D character and placing 3 platforms here and there. Sure, your first game will be just that, and first out, that's amazing. But then you'll want more. Story, a cool art style, music, complex gameplay. The progression from your first game is simply not linear. The bigger you'll want to go, the more resources you'll need. To give you a sense of scale, GTA 5, released in 2013, has been estimated to have cost around $137 million just for the game, not counting marketing and other promotional stuff. Cyberpunk 2077 was developed during roughly 9 years, and the cost was estimated to something between $120 to $314 million. But that's nothing compared to Red Dead Redemption, with 8 years of development and an estimated cost of around $500 million, with potentially half of that for marketing only. Those costs are absolutely enormous, but don't worry too much for these companies, as they easily recoup these costs. Cyberpunk 2077 reportedly surpassed its development cost with the sales of the first day of release only. Of course, an indie developer simply cannot compete with that, and shouldn't, but it's a good idea to see what goes behind the hit titles of gaming. You also have to take into account the massive crunch that was required by those studios to achieve these enormous games in this time frame. Cyberpunk 2077 was especially guilty of that, but it's very common across the industry. So even if the biggest studios in the industry have to spend years with thousands of employees and multi-million dollars budget and still crunch to produce such games, it's a perfect example of how difficult it is to make games. Even with all of that, those games were not perfect, and some of them were even full of bugs at release. And this is to be expected, simply because games, no matter their scale, are very complex pieces of software that not only should work, but be fun, tell a story, and embark you in a different world. That's for big studios, but as a solo dev or small team, you'll have to wear many hats, and this is also part of the hidden complexity. You don't necessarily know how to do programming, art, sounds, level design, etc., but you'll have to fill in the gaps in a way, whether it is by learning yourself or finding money and pay other people to do it for you. I talked about complexity in the sense that making games is a lot of different fields merged together, and that the scale can be huge. But I'd like to give you a more concrete example that can really show you the depth of certain mundane things that you may not even think about as a gamer. To keep it short, the door problem aims to show that adding simple doors in your game can be a tremendously complex task. If there's a door in your game, can the player open it? Can the player open all the doors, or some of them are just decoration? How the player will know the difference? Will you change the color of the door, make it inaccessible, or simply lock it? Can doors be locked and unlocked, etc.? The list goes on for quite a while, and this is just to talk about the gameplay side of things. The article also goes to show how the door problem will involve the different roles of a big company. If you're interested, I've linked an article in the description. As we saw, the technical complexity is huge. But it's not only the limiting factor. In fact, making games is more than just making games. It might sound weird, but it's true. It is for all games, and especially for indie titles and game made by solo devs, trying to do all by themselves. We talked about it briefly in the hidden complexity behind games, but as an indie, you'll have to wear many hats. You'll have to make a game, of course, which involves programming, sound effects, music, art, and much more. Even if you don't do it all yourself, you'll have to think about what you need, work with other people, pay them, etc. This is already a very complex task, but it's not the only thing you have to do. As a solo dev, you're an entrepreneur, so you have to keep track of your finances, the cost of your game, the release, the different platforms you want to support, and of course all the communication and marketing. You need to talk about your game, show it to people, creators, go to events to showcase it. It's a lot of work, and I personally think we can say that it's not a job, or even multiple ones, on top of creating the game. A job that you have to do, otherwise no one will hear about your game. This is where a lot of indie devs lose it, because they don't understand how to do it all, or simply don't have the workforce for it. Even if you take care of everything, events going around the world can have a huge impact. Pandemic. And this is something that is simply impossible to predict. It might be a boost for certain games, but a terrible hit for others. What I've just described is especially true for solo devs and small studios, but everything still holds true for bigger ones. A game is a lot of things combined. When it's done just right, it's a flawless and amazing experience for the player. But this is not a foregone conclusion. Making games is a lot of complexity, as we discussed, because it must be adapted to many platforms, work well with different hardware and computing capabilities. For online multiplayers, you have to constantly chase the cheaters, maintain the servers, and fix bugs. To reach a global success, you must translate and adapt your game, which can be very difficult across different cultures. You start to get the idea of why making games can be such a hard discipline. It's a complicated craft that requires experience, time, effort, and money. You might put all of your energy and love into your game, but you're not alone on the market, and it can be extremely hard to get noticed. In the previous video, I talked about how easy it was nowadays to distribute your games online, and of course, this has a cost, and can be pretty hard to pay as an indie. The market is literally flooded with games. Just to give you some perspective, this is the number of games released per year on Steam. For 2020, it corresponds to 28 games per day. That's a lot. But it's nothing compared to mobile, which is probably one of the easiest platforms to distribute on, especially for Android. On consoles, the numbers are smaller, and it's easy to understand. They are much harder to access, both from a technical standpoint, but also simply because they restrict the number of games that can be published by reviewing the games before they are accepted on the platform. Of course, most of these games will go unknown, and probably because a lot of them are simply not good or not worth the money they are asking for. Still, this is something to consider when making games, and it means that you'll have to find ways to get your game known, whether you make a masterpiece that sells itself, or you reach streamers, journalists, YouTubers, or you pay ads to get your games known. You'll have to put in a considerable amount of work to get your game noticed. When talking about competition, it's important to remind us that the player's time is limited. What does this have to do with competition, you may ask? Well, you, as a game developer, will be in competition with other indies and huge studios for players' time. A lot of gamers already have a huge back catalog of games and don't find the time to play. Why should they spend time on your tiny unknown game when they can play a much more well-known one like Forza, Valorant, or Warzone? Sure, the game might be boring after a while, and maybe it lacks some innovation that can be found in indie titles, but at least the player knows what to expect. As humans, we are programmed for risk aversion. We seek comfort, and this is one of the reasons why so many people stick to the same game over and over. And don't get me started with subscriptions like Game Pass that gives you access to tons of games for a low monthly fee. This means you have to find ways to convince your players that your game is worth their money, but most importantly, their time. I want to conclude on the two videos I made. I truly believe that game dev has never been easier, but also that it's a very difficult field to work in. Emphasis on work here. As we saw in the first video, all the tools and the knowledge is out there, and if you want to get started, go for it. I truly believe anyone can learn, at their own pace of course. It's solely possible to create cool and small games that you and others can enjoy. The real trouble begins when you want to take that a step further, and you want it to become a career. Whether you want to go indie, alone, in a small team, or in a AAA studios, you will be faced with all the complexity that we've talked about. Crunch, the lack of money or motivation, the sheer amount of work required to put something out there and then show to the world. It is an incredible hard task that most indies and even bigger studios will fail at. All of that should not discourage you. but it's important to see both sides of the coin. Game dev is a dream for a lot of people, and you don't want that to turn into a nightmare. The best way to avoid that is to be aware of what it really takes to be in the industry. It's also important to understand that we all have a job to do to make it a better place. We've seen some bad things happen over the years in certain studios that I won't mention here. If we want to keep making games that people enjoy and will happily pay for, we must first respect the work and the people doing it. I hope you guys enjoyed this second part of the video. I hope it brought the needed balance to the whole conversation. Don't forget to check Core and the Global Game Jam Core Diversifier Challenge. There's a $10,000 prize pool. Use the links in the description to learn more. If you enjoyed it, please consider dropping a like and subscribing for more content. If you want to support me, you can wishlist Dashbong, the multiplayer game I'm working on. There's a demo coming soon, so stay tuned. Thanks for watching the video. I'll see you soon, and in the meantime, have a great day. Bye!
Is the indie game development dream real? Or is it just a dream only the luckiest of us get to experience?
The independent game dev dream for me is sitting in your home, in your pajamas, making games full-time, bringing in enough money to support yourself and your family, and creating the games that you want to create, and finding an audience that loves those games.
A lot of people say that the indie game dev dream is a lie. It's unattainable, unrealistic. So I invited a professional full-time game developer, the creator of Neversong and Pinstripe, Thomas Brush. The indie game dev dream is real.
Yes, the dream is real. Whether it's whether you can accomplish it.
Okay, don't worry, we'll get into it. This is the speed round, man. It's easier to succeed in game development than ever before.
Yes.
Success in game development is mostly based on luck.
No.
A lot of people enter the indie game dev scene with unrealistic expectations.
Yes.
Becoming a full-time game developer is realistically achievable for everybody.
Kinda.
Okay. We talked for quite a while, so I tried to edit everything down to the most interesting parts for you. And oh boy, it was interesting. Hope you enjoy. Is there some survivorship bias on our end? Because obviously the people who succeed in a certain field are also the ones who think it's a lot easier than it feels for others, right?
Exactly, Jonas. I think you're totally right. And I think it would be wrong of you and I to both smile and tell everybody that you're going to be a full-time game developer and you're going to be successful and you don't need to worry and just make games and follow your dream. I think that that's an immoral thing to say without some context and also some clarification. Like this year we had a really good year, and I say we, it's just me. I just speak in plural so that I don't feel so lonely. It's been amazing, but the majority of my indie game career, especially when I first started out, it was scraping by, especially when I made Pinstripe. Pinstripe, you know, I spent 5 years on that game, and like many of your listeners, I was making that game from my cubicle at my desk job. And finally, I launched that game. I did a Kickstarter campaign, scrambled to get that done. It was exhausting. It was really scary. It raised $100,000. And I was also able to partner with Armor Games to get some additional funding. I spent the majority of that money finishing the game. And then when I launched it, it didn't bring in enough income to support my family. And that's just because you spent all of the money to make the game, and then you have to split that revenue. And I definitely don't hold any grudges with my publishers. I'm so grateful that they helped me finish my games. But you know, you launch your game and then you lay in bed. I remember laying in bed. It was a rainy day, and I was looking at the sales figures, and it was after the big spike of launching Pinstripe. So you get a big spike on Steam on launch day, and then it drips and sort of peters off. I remember calling my publisher and being like, am I going to make enough money to support my family? Because I had a daughter on the way. My first kid was on. I have 2 kids now. I had a daughter on the way. We had just purchased a house, not outright, obviously. We had a mortgage. My wife was really sick and she was working full time. She has an autoimmune disease, so she was really sick and she was working as a full-time nurse, night shift, and so it was just a really dark sort of time. And then I'm like, please God, please God, please God. And then it turns out that we're not gonna make enough money. So I'm like, well, I gotta figure out how to make more money. And this is what I love about 2020 has been a really bad year. Let's just clarify that. It's been a really bad year for the world, okay? And for the world economy and all that. But I will say this. We live in a time where it is the best time to make games because there are so many income streams available to you. You just got to know what they are and where they are. There's crowdfunding, there's publishers, there's investors, there's exclusive and non-exclusive deals you can sign with all these platforms, including like Stadia, which I don't even know how viable that is, but Epic Games Store and Apple Arcade. And there's just a ton of places to find revenue. And I had to scramble to find out where those were because the way I live my life is I'm not going to go back to a desk job. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I tried your game development course. No,
Cool.
let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
You're kind of using the game development dream to sell that course, right? So
Yes. Yes. I talk about this all the time in my videos. I'm a capitalist, so I'm gonna a lot of me is a capitalist, so I'm gonna look at something and I'm gonna go, okay, is there a demand for this? If there is a demand and I can produce something, I'm gonna sell it. And so I'm totally fine selling a course as long as it delivers.
I see. So you're basically doing what you're teaching, right? You're diversifying your income streams, and one way of doing that is making an online course. I actually
the
tried
thing
it,
is
though.
really quick. Thanks, man. Really quick, I just want to clarify, and then sorry to interrupt you. We have a little bit of a delay here, so just so the audience knows that I'm not just constantly interrupting you, it's because there's there's a little delay. But I want people to know that there's so many gurus out there who are like, I'm driving a Lamborghini and I live in a mansion, and you can too. And the reason why they're driving a Lamborghini and the reason they live in a mansion is because they're selling that idea. So they're not actually doing what they teach. What the majority of my income comes from game sales and various partnerships with platforms. So the majority of my income does not come from YouTube, and it does not come from my online course.
I'm actually super happy to hear that, because that was one thing I was kind of wondering, is it okay for me to ask how much money the course makes compared to the other revenue streams? I wasn't really sure about that, but you just answered that, so
of course.
Perfect.
Well, I'll just put it bluntly. The online course in the last month of selling, which by the way, I launched it a month ago. So it's not like I've been relying on my online course for the last decade. I've been scrambling, finding income from all over the place. And then I finally said, you know what? I'm going to make this online course. So I just launched it. And within a month, I've got 800 students, which people can do the math.
I'm not going to lie, when you announced that you're going to do an online course, and then I saw the price tag, I was really worried that, oh my God, I hope this is going to be good. But I tried it, and luckily I can confirm it's not a scam. Like it's actually really useful. Recommend it if you can afford it.
I appreciate it.
That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the question, right?
So
and hopefully the discount there's a discount code below this video.
Oh, nice.
You get 40% off. But anyway, I don't want to go too far into the course.
Not go too far.
I just want to talk about the meat of what my whole idea is, which is becoming a full-time game developer is possible, but it's not the way that people think. It's not just selling your games on Steam, and I'm sure that you've figured this out too. There's a lot of ways to make money.
I feel like a lot of the other income streams are always a little scarier. Like, for example, when I think about starting a Kickstarter or something, the risk of failure, maybe not achieving my goals, wasting a bunch of time, etc., is I think what's stopping me from dipping my toes into that. I assume I'm probably not alone with that.
Oh, for sure. And I'm not going to do another Kickstarter probably. I've done 2 of them. Both of them basically raised 6 figures individually. But I'm at a point now financially where I'm like, yeah, it's not worth it. Like, it's too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of effort you have to put into it, right? It's not like you're getting that money for free or anything.
oh no,
Yeah.
oh no, you're not. And I always say I'd rather stand in front of a crowd of 5,000 people butt naked and do like a dance than do a Kickstarter campaign, because it feels so much more, the exposure is so much more real, and you're much more vulnerable with a Kickstarter campaign. And I've always said, look,
It's
you're going to be
scary.
vulnerable.
Yeah.
You're going to be vulnerable on your Steam launch day. You're going to get public reviews for your game. So why not just jump into the vulnerability right now and get used to it?
I
And
will
do
say
it.
that is actually one of the things I really liked about your course as well, is that the very first thing you tell people to do is to set up their Steam page, their social media page.
Yeah.
Just get the scary part out of the way. So that is definitely something I would subscribe to and recommend as well. I feel like that's some
Yeah, and
clever
I'd actually
approach.
I'd say people like you who are building a social media presence right now, you're actually doing something that creates less fear, because even though you're being public on a weekly basis, or I'm not sure how often you upload videos and engage on social media, but what you're doing is you're building an army that's going to support you no matter what. Anyone listening right now, you need to go start. I know a lot of you might hate it, but you need to be building a personal brand so that you can build an army. And that army, look, everyone talks about wish lists on Steam. You know, you want to build up your wish list. Well, a wish list is an army. It's an army of people who are going to support you on day one, stimulate the Steam algorithm, and hopefully put you on the Steam front page. Well, you need to be building an email list too, and a social media presence, because those things they're not just for your game. They're for you, for the rest of your life, as long as you don't get shadow banned. Those things are for you for the rest of your life. So you need to be building that social media presence right now. And it seems scary right now to go every day, put something up on Twitter or on Instagram or on YouTube. That might be scary, but you get used to it. I'm sure you feel that way. You're like,
Yeah,
I don't know if you
get used to it, but it still has its its ups and downs. You know, sometimes things aren't going well. Sometimes you screw up. You maybe say something you shouldn't have said. Sometimes the numbers aren't where you want them to. So
yeah, for sure.
Maybe it stops being scary, but it starts being scary in a different way, where you're like, yeah, what if this doesn't work out after all? What if the numbers keep going down? What if I say something really bad and I get canceled, you know?
Oh, dude, I gotta say that the more that social media platforms age and the more ridiculous they start to get with canceling, I get more and more and more nervous about building my army, because you never, like you said, you never know if you're gonna say something you shouldn't say or whatever, what the rules are. What's the phrase? If you're not building enemies, if you don't have people disliking you, you're probably not being yourself. And I posted that on Twitter once, and everyone got upset with me because they thought I was making a political statement. I'm not making a political statement. I'm saying you've got, like, for you posted this video about toilets. It's a very odd thing to post. It's funny. By the way, that's my favorite video in the game in the game dev YouTube sphere. That is my favorite video.
Yeah, that's because you haven't watched any Danny videos yet.
Yeah, I need to get watching those.
Yeah, definitely.
But anyway, my point saying that is, you need to be willing to create a list of enemies for the sake of creating a bigger list of major fans, or salty fans, like energized fans who are willing to support you because they love how honest you are. And again, this isn't a political conversation. This is creating content that is real to you, that you're passionate about. And I struggle with this. And so my point is that anyone listening right now, they need to be totally willing to post content that reflects them. Here's why. Maybe you feel like you're a really unique person if you're listening right now. You're like, I'm weird, I'm very unique, I'm an introvert, nobody likes me, I don't have any friends at school. How much you want to bet there's 1 million people on this earth? Out of how many people are on the planet Earth? I don't even know. It's a ton. Out of all of those people, don't you think there's 1 million people out there who are just like you? So why don't you go ahead and start putting content out there, games out there, social media posts about your games that are exactly who you are, a perfect reflection of who you are, and then go find those people. The reason people don't sell games is not because they don't know how to make games. There's plenty of people out there who think that the ability to make games is the problem. No, the problem is finding the people who like your games. It's all about it's all about transferring information to your audience. So you need to find a way to find the people out there. They're somewhere. There is enough people out there to support you. I promise you. But you've got to know how to find them. And I think of it as throwing out like 3,000 fishing lines and then just slowly catching those fish. They're all over the place. And let's say you make a really crappy game. Well, there's probably 1 million people out there who would enjoy that crappy game. And you just got to learn to find those people. And so my point is your audience, my audience, guys, you got to learn how to market yourselves. You've got to learn how to market yourselves. And it sucks and it's hard, but you've got to do it. Unless you want to go work for AAA, and then you can just go make a game, which is totally fine. But yeah, if you want to be an indie game developer, you got to learn how to market yourself.
Next one I have is the game dev dream even desirable? Because, you know, it's not always fun in games, and I'm not sure it's for everybody, you know. Game dev is stressful, it has its own ups and downs, so I'm very curious to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah, it's only desirable if you desire it. I know that's a kind of an obvious thing to say.
Okay.
The independent game dev dream for me is... That's a clarification.
I would 100% subscribe to that as well.
Okay. And I think most of your subscribers and my subscribers would agree to subscribing to that content, to that idea.
So. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the indie game dream. Now, what does it entail? What does it involve? It involves knowing how to market yourself, putting yourself out there, dealing with negative reviews, spending a year to 3 years making projects or one project and hoping that it sells. You got to be willing. It's kind of like buying a lottery ticket every day and hoping that it pays off, right? You got to be a person who's willing to take risks. And I hate saying that because it does isolate. It narrows down the people who thought that they wanted to be an independent game developer, and then they realize, oh man, so basically I have to be an entrepreneur. And I'm curious if you agree. Do you agree that an indie game developer needs to be an entrepreneur?
I mean, if you want to succeed as a solo developer, you unfortunately need a very wide skill set, and marketing and entrepreneurship is definitely very high up the list of things you need to be good at. Probably the most important skill you need is communication, which ties directly into marketing and communicating to players.
Yeah,
etc., etc.
Yeah. Okay, we just clarified what it is, which is it's entrepreneurship and putting yourself out there and being willing to jump off of a cliff and hope that your parachute opens. It's kind of like people who are who love skydiving and are willing to take that risk. So that's, in my head, that's what the game dev dream is. And so, do you desire that? If you desire that, then it is desirable.
Yeah, I feel like you're a few years ahead of me, you know.
How old are you?
That's one of the reasons why I really feel excited to talk to you, because I'd be really happy if in a couple of years I'm just where you're at, where, you know, I have a family and I maybe don't have to worry too much about paying the bills.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I think
the question is
2 years ago I was there. Yeah.
Okay. So the main question is there ever a point where you feel like you made it?
Well, defining made it, you know. Are you ever at a place where you're financially secure? Yes.
Okay, yeah, that was the question I had.
Yeah.
So basically, does it ever stop being stressful, or do you ever...
Yeah, of course. The second game should never be as hard to sell as the first. The third game should never be as hard to sell as the second.
Yeah.
The fourth game should never be as hard to sell as the third. And so I've made 3 commercial games. The second one was for PewDiePie, and that one made money. I say commercial because it made money. But your games should always be more profitable and also more economical. And by economical, I mean you need to be able to make that game quicker. Okay? But here's the thing. Why do people invest money in the stock market? The reason why people invest money in the stock market is because the stock market works for them. It brings them like an 8 to 12% yield or whatever. Or sometimes I think it's 7%. Maybe people can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section. But the reason why people invest their money in the stock market is because it makes money for them. Well, the same needs to be true as an indie game developer. You need to be investing your time, because time is money. You need to be investing your time, and eventually when you make money, you need to be investing your money in things that will bring you more money, meaning more freedom, and it makes it easier for you to make your next game. So again, it comes back to being an entrepreneur. You need to be finding ways to make this thing easier. You can't be the same game developer you were 2 years ago. If you are, you're doing something wrong. So for me, the way I make games now is I absolutely 100% without even blinking, I hire contract workers because I can now. So I've got somebody porting Pinstripe to mobile for me right now. I'm not doing that myself.
Awesome.
Why would I do that myself now? I already did that. I already paid the piper. Like, I spent 5 years making games solo. I'm not going to do that anymore. So, and I know a lot of people might think that that's the pure Thomas, the innocent Thomas is gone, because I was the guy that people would, like, I think Time Magazine and Washington Post, the nucleus of their article was Thomas is this independent game developer and he makes games completely alone, and how cool is that? Well, it's only cool for so long, and then you just
you
get
have to
exhausted.
start making progress at some point.
Right,
Totally
right.
agree.
And so now I'm in a position where I have enough funds in my business bank account to go, look, I'm going to go hire someone for this. I'm going to hire someone for that. I'm going to partner with that studio. So I partnered with Serenity Forge in Colorado. I'm in South Carolina. And we worked on my latest game, Neversong. They did the code base. I did the art direction, music, and all that stuff. So I'm working with people, making it easier. Okay, so it's back to the stock market. You're not there's a big difference between cash and then a mutual fund. Cash, it depreciates in value. I don't know if that's the right word, but because of inflation, it's slowly losing value. The same is true as if you maintain a very simplistic view of the indie game career. If you're just saying, I'm just gonna use my time like I would cash. I'm just gonna make games and have fun, and I'm not gonna worry too much about investing my time in places that will build an engine that makes it easier to make my games. So you need to slowly be building up people you trust who can help you with games, contract workers, maybe even employees. I don't have employees. You need to find business partners. You need to find publishers that you trust. You need to be building relationships with large organizations like Apple or Epic Games. You need to be building these relationships, and slowly, as you build up that network, it becomes easier to make your games.
That answers the question. So eventually there comes the point where you don't have to worry as much anymore, because you just keep getting more and more efficient, and it's not as hard to be profitable anymore, because you build that machine that allows you to have the necessary efficiency. Like, for example, you can also build up your code base, reuse code from previous projects, etc., etc.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. That's actually a really good point, and that's something that I forgot about.
Yeah.
You should be reusing your code base. So that's why for me I use something I call the Super Simple 2D kit. Super Simple 2D game kit. And I made this game kit for the PewDiePie game. I knew that I disclosed this on day one, so just for clarity, but on day one of the PewDiePie game jam that I did, I had a kit that I had made for my games. And that kit, all you really got to do is skin it. And so it's hilarious. Like, skinning a game is like half of the work. It depends on whether you want to make a really, like, for example, Portal, that game, it uses like a first person shooter kit. Like what does Valve use? They use what's it called?
I have no clue what they use.
Oh man, I can't remember. I should know what it's called. But anyway, they use this baseline API or SDK or whatever you call it. And on top of that, then you can change the mechanics a little bit. So you've got first person shooters, and then on top of that you have this Portal mechanic, which is insanely unique. And then on top of that, you just skin it and make it look beautiful. The same is true with like Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is just a basic 2D game kit. It's so simple, but it's just so beautiful. The artwork and the music and the atmosphere. And obviously you gotta fine tune the mechanics so that it's really tight. And I know that Ari, I think he was the artist for that game, but he mentioned that they spent a long time fine tuning the speed and the movement and the variability of the jumping. they fine-tuned all that. And then once that was done, they could just skin it and make it look beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I think that's something a lot of people don't get, is that it's oftentimes the subtle changes, and that you don't have to entirely reinvent the wheel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in your course, obviously there are a couple of things that still matter about your game. For example, it needs to be memorable. I think you say that in the course as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It needs to have some sort of something that makes it unique and stand out. But besides that, you can create a lot of variety just by fine-tuning, tweaking, and reskinning stuff. So there's definitely a lot of potential to save a huge amount of time there.
Well, actually, I would argue that if you're not piggybacking off of something else that's already been done, you're shooting yourself in the foot. If you're trying to be entirely unique, you just lost, like, perhaps, arguably 75% of a potential market. Like, for example, Hollow Knight. People buy that game because it's a Metroidvania. It looks beautiful, but it's a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
So your game needs to be, unique and memorable, but it also needs to be familiar. Then it needs to be like an old friend. People look at it and they go, "Huh, that reminds me of that game, but it has these unique features. I'm going to go buy it." Because you have this sort of automatic trust that you've built. And it's just because you piggybacked off of some other game.
One thing I have here that I feel like is a strong counter-argument against the indie game dev dream is that clearly not everybody can win, right? There are a lot of people who want to make games. And if you look at the Steam numbers, a lot of games actually don't make it. Like, what's your opinion on that? Like
Correct.
The statistics kind of speak against the indie game dev dream.
Yeah. So two things there. First one is because one of the main reasons is because indie game developers don't understand that they need to be entrepreneurs. Yeah. Like, they got to market themselves. And so, yes, your Steam numbers might be weak, but what are the numbers outside of that? Okay. What about crowdfunding? What about publishers? What about exclusive deals and partnerships with PS4, Xbox? And by deals with PS4 and Xbox, I mean like getting your game packaged in bundles with other games. What about Humble Bundle? There's a ton of other places to build wealth and revenue. And I know that's an icky word, wealth, but that's what you're doing.
That's what you're trying to do, for sure.
And that wealth can be, for sure. And wealth doesn't mean that you're going to go buy a yacht. It means that you can invest that wealth in your next game, okay, and in your business, which is what you should be doing. So that's the first answer to the question. The second answer is, look, I know people they'll launch their first game and it will fail, and then they feel like a failure, and then they just want to quit. It's so cheesy, but it's so true. You've got to learn to love your failures. You got to learn to just get back up. Like there are some friends of mine who have failed in the indie, and they will admit that they failed. I spent all this time in this game, and then it just completely fell off the face of the earth. Nobody cares about it. And I'm like, well, try again. Now, the problem is here's the big problem. What people do is they go, I want to be an indie game developer. And so what they do is they take that identity and they just literally cover their entire heart with that identity. I am this artist. That is who I am. And then when it crashes, they themselves crash. They disintegrate. And they don't know who they are anymore. And so you need to be willing. It's a weird balance. You need to be both on one side of your body, of your identity. You need to be like, I'm a dad, or I'm a friend, I'm a son, I'm a daughter. I have all of these identities of who I am. And then on the other side of you, you're like, yep, I'm a game developer. And when that fails, you need to be like okay with still who you are. And my big problem when I first started making games is, and you see this on what's that show? Ninja. It's a ninja course. What's that show
Ninja
called?
Warrior?
Why am everything's blanking today? Ninja Warrior, yeah. So at the beginning of Ninja Warrior, every time someone's about to do the course, at the beginning of Ninja Warrior, the host will say, "This is John, and John is a firefighter." And in my head, I'm like, John's not just a firefighter. Like, he's so much more than a firefighter. And the same is true with you, Jonas, and your audience. Guys, you're not just a game developer. That's just a little cherry on top of your life. And so you need to learn to be able to pursue dreams without them completely overwhelming your identity.
Yeah.
Like you need to be okay with being, and this comes back to what I was talking about earlier, being in transition and always making progress. When you're making your game, you need to be able to tell yourself, first, this game's going to go gangbusters. It's going to make me $1 million. You need to be able to live in that dream, but you also need to be able to live in the dream, which is, it's okay if it fails. I'll be all right.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to detach yourself from that success or failure.
I know.
I mean, the moment you say I'm a YouTuber, you automatically start caring about your numbers way more than you should.
I know.
It's the same with game development.
I know for sure.
Yeah.
It sucks. And it's natural. It's totally natural. People always say, especially indie game developers, they go, "It's my baby," and I'm like, "It's not your damn baby. You know, your baby is your baby. So go have some kids, and then you're gonna change your mind." Like I have 2 kids now, and they're free radicals. They're chaotic, and they exhaust me, and I don't sleep a lot. And when that happens, you go, "Oh, my games aren't my babies. They're just games." Like this is my wife always tells me this. She's very quick to tell the truth. She says, "Thomas, it's just a job. It's just a job. Stop." Like about my games. Don't take yourself too seriously here. And that's what when I come back to being in transition, what I mean is you need to be able to tell yourself, of course I'm not perfect. Of course I don't know what I'm doing. Like, why would I? And I tell myself that now, and I've been doing this for 10 years. Of course I don't know what I'm doing. I've got so much to learn. And so if I do something and it fails or it flops, it's like, well, of course it did. And that's okay. And ultimately, it comes down to this. If you don't enjoy making games,
obviously,
don't make games. Because if you right. But a lot of people do it because they're like, I want to make money or I want to be, successful.
Yeah, don't get into game development for that reason, no.
Yeah. Now, the more you mature, like for me, like I'm pretty much confident in every game I make that it's going to make me money and that there's going to be a return on my investment. So the older you get, the more you can become sort of an opportunist and become more of a businessman. But the more, when you start out, you don't know what you're doing. So don't expect to make a return on your investment just yet. There's a psychological game that you've got to play. And that game is, on one side, you dream big. You visualize big. Why? Because otherwise you're going to quit your game. So you need to have something that you can hold on to, a dream. But on the other side, you also need to be okay with saying, if I don't achieve that dream, that's okay. At least I had fun. That means that you should not be sacrificing things that are more valuable than your game. So here's a good example. Should you go throw the baseball with your son, or should you make indie games at 6 p.m.? Which one should I do? Go throw the ball with your son. That's way more valuable. Why? Because if this fails, you're going to go, oh, I sacrificed my son's teenage years because I was too obsessed with my game. But here's a different example. Should I go drink beer, eat pizza, and watch Netflix? Or should I make my game? You should probably make your game. And the thing is that the beer and the pizza, people spend so much time on the beer and the pizza and the social media and flipping through your phone for an hour when you're taking a dump, when really you should have been taking a dump for like 5 minutes, max. So that's what I mean by sacrificing things. What are you willing to sacrifice? You need to be thinking about that.
Yeah, so you need to prioritize correctly. That's what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't suffer some major emotional collapse, which most indies will eventually have an emotional collapse because they frankly worshipped game development.
How big do you think is the role of luck? Because a lot of people who say this entire indie game development, full-time indie game development stuff is unachievable, say that the people who make it because they are lucky. What would you say to that?
Obviously, that's true to a degree, just like anything. And yeah, like the people who are making good money on Steam, and I say Steam just alone or like Nintendo Switch or whatever, and that's all they focus on. Like, yeah, I made tons of money on Steam. But then you go, what else do you do? What else are you pushing? And they're like, nothing. Then I'm like, yeah, that's probably luck. Or you're just, and a lot of people go, no, it's just because I'm a hard worker and I'm an artist and I'm really talented. And I go, that's still luck. Like, you were born with all that. And a lot of people weren't born with that. And so what I like to say is, yes, there's a whole side of indie game development that's luck. But there's also a side of it which is, well, you might not be super talented in one key area. But let me ask you a question. Have you read any books? Have you reached out to anybody to ask them to mentor you? What YouTube channels are you following? What online courses have you taken? What are the there's a ton of solutions to your problem other than just saying, well, it's just luck, so I'm not going to even try. There's a ton of other things that you can do besides just hope for the best. And so on one side of the indie game equation is it's just like buying a lottery ticket. But on the other side of the equation, you go, well, no, it's just like starting any business. You've got to grind at the beginning. You've got to read and you've got to research and you got to listen to people and you got to be willing to say, I'm this big and I don't know anything and I need to listen. Listening is a better investment than a lottery ticket. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that makes sense.
Luck is definitely a ginormous component, but the luck is not where people think it is. Like, the luck is in who were you born at, like who were your parents, what did you grow up learning. That's where the real luck is, and then after that, it's not as much luck as people think. I think I was lucky that I met the people I met. I'm lucky that I learned the things I learned.
Yeah, in my opinion, people are lucky to be learning from you. Like, people who are watching this channel, guys, you're lucky that you came across Jonas. Seriously.
That's too
and
kind.
so for me, oh, dude, I was totally lucky. Like, my parents were super into what I was doing. How many of you in the audience listening right now have parents who don't get it? They don't understand why you want to make games and they think it's a waste of time. There's probably a majority. Yeah, that's bad luck, guys. And I get it. I understand that. But I will say this. You just heard this video, didn't you? So now you have authority figures. I put that in quotes because I don't know if I'm an authority figure, but you now have authority figures, kind of like parents, who are telling you the opposite, who are saying, look, we get why you love the idea of making games. So now that you just heard that piece of information, that you just listened to, 45 minutes of me rant, now that you hear that, you just got lucky. So turn that luck into something special.
So I think our final conclusion on the topic is the game dev dream real is probably mostly a yes, with a couple of caveats, of course, right? Maybe it's not real for everybody. Maybe not everybody should become a game developer. What advice would you give to people who have the dream and want to make it come true? Like, what would you say are the first steps to making sure you'll get there?
Tear down your pride and learn to separate yourself from your body. And it sounds a little woo-woo, but I advise a lot of my students and my YouTubers to think of your body as an avatar. We hear a lot about this. If people listen to Joe Rogan, I love Joe Rogan. So if you listen to Joe Rogan, you hear a lot about is life even real, or are we on a server?
I can simulate entire universes, millions of them, in fact.
Is this world actually digital, kind of like the Matrix? And I say, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But if I had a controller and I was controlling me, I know that sounds weird. What would I do in a video game? See, the thing is people. This is so frustrating. People are so good at figuring out Animal Crossing. I have friends who are so they have mansions. They have this huge society that they've built, and they've built a ton of wealth in Animal Crossing, but they won't do it for themselves. And it's so frustrating.
I think I know exactly what you're getting at. Basically, that people are way too emotionally attached to themselves, which I guess makes sense because
it does.
It's your life, right?
It's natural.
But it kind of stops you from taking a step back and taking a more strategic approach to analyzing what do I want, what do I need to do to get there. I feel like a lot of people, for some reason, can't do that.
Yeah.
Or
another
maybe,
way of thinking.
I think they can, yeah, but they don't. So
Yeah, the same is true for it's really easy for us to tell other people how they should live their life. And like, why are they going to McDonald's every day? Like, surely they know they shouldn't do this. But then you treat yourself poorly all the time. It's because for some reason, when we think about ourselves, we get proud and we close up and we say, well, I can't do that, or I'm not going to do that because of all this baggage we have. And it's real baggage from your parents or your family, or how people treated you in high school or whatever. There's a ton of baggage. And that's why I say, learn to separate yourself from your body and look at yourself and say, what if that was a video game character? Maybe your name is John, if you're listening. Can you separate yourself from your body and say, okay, that guy's name is John. This is the video game character that I was given. I can't trade him in. What can I do with John to make his life better? And not only that, if you have an indie game dream, what would you do in this video game to achieve that dream? Life is a big RPG. It's a massive RPG. It really is. So play the game. And don't do it pridefully. Just play the game.
Play the game. Do some proper risk management, just like you do in a game.
Exactly.
Don't put all eggs into one basket, not all bags.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That's totally true. And that comes back to putting your eggs in one basket. That comes down. That's specifically true with Steam. Don't invest all of your time in thinking you're going to make money on Steam. Learn, where are the other baskets? What are they?
Dude, honestly, I feel like I should probably do a way better job at that. I mean, I don't have Patreon or anything. At the moment, my two income streams are Islanders, which I'm in a very fortunate position that is doing so well.
Oh, dude, that game is awesome. Yeah. Dude, you're so talented.
All of the props goes to my team members and also to the university where we made the game.
Gotcha.
So yeah. I'm very nervous about launching my first complete solo project that I made without any help. So
it looks great.
Without any help is not true. Obviously, the community has been an amazing support, and there are a lot of other people who helped. But I'm quite nervous.
And I say, mitigate that nervousness if you can by starting a Patreon, making some YouTube ad revenue, which I'm sure you are. Maybe launching a small, maybe it doesn't have to be Kickstarter, maybe it can be Indiegogo and just bring in some revenue there. But dude, you're in a position now where I'm like, you're in a way better position than I was in, because there is a feedback loop or some kind of loop you can get caught in where if you work with a publisher immediately, you don't really make money because they're taking a revenue share. And so you're caught in this like, well, I got to go find another publisher because I didn't make money with my last game. And so I'm out of that feedback loop, thank God. But for you, it sounds like, you're in a position where automatically you're starting off on the right foot and you have enough money where, like, so I don't do Patreon either anymore, because it's just like I feel like I'm taking people's money because I don't really need it. And so I'm not sure if you're in that position.
Yeah, similar, honestly. If I really needed it, then I'd probably set up a Patreon as well. So it's at the very least calming to know that you have that opportunity,
Yeah, absolutely. But like, there's people out there right now who are listening. Guys, why don't you have a Patreon? Like, if you want to go full time, why don't you have a Patreon? It's not bad to ask for people's money. Like, it's really not. You should be looking for all sorts of ways to make money. It's only bad when you're asking and you really don't need it. That's when it gets a little weird.
Yeah.
But a lot of you right now, you need money, especially if you want to go full time. So don't be scared to start a Patreon or do a Kickstarter campaign. I mean, I could go on and on. But
I know. Oh man, you keep talking. It's amazing.
I want my audience and your audience to know that I'm really passionate about seeing people succeed. And so I just want you to know, whoever's listening, to know you're not defined by the people who define you. That's not the way this works. You're really defined by who you say you want to be, and then you make it happen. So start living your life like an RPG. What's the strategy with your life? My goodness. Can you write it down? Can you write down the strategy and go? Make it happen. And if that means becoming a game developer, well then make the strategy happen. And so I want to see people succeed. And obviously, if they want, they could go check it out at Full Time Game Dev. Link in the description.
Thanks for the discount.
But yeah, but yeah, I don't want to push that course too much. But